One. The third drop is
Yo, what's up,
happening
man?
live right now. Met
Man,
Tahiti.
I'll let you start summarizing it while I organize the audience and get the team ready.
Got it. All right. Yeah, go for it. So the third drop is happening right now. It is about the removal of Donald Trump, and it's not from January 6th. It is from October 20th of 2020 to January 6th. So here we go. Uh, First tweet in the thread reads, Twitter files a removal of Donald Trump, part one, October 2020 to January the 6th. Number two, the world knows much of the story of what happened between the riots on the Capitol on January 6th and the removal of President Donald Trump from Twitter on January 8th. Number three, we'll show you what hasn't been revealed, the erosion of standards within the company in months before J6, decisions by high-ranking executives to violate their own policies, and more, against the backdrop of ongoing documented interaction with federal agencies. Boom. Boom, let's go. Yeah. So this is
Jeez,
exciting.
man, that's escalating pretty quickly. I didn't expect the next job to be today.
Me neither. Well, it's happening, whether we like it or not. I wanted to play video games. I just I just wanted to sit down, play some Elden Ring. They released a new update on the game, but yeah, that's
I
not
thought I
happening.
thought I'd take a day off with we got was it Gorka coming on tomorrow, and we
Yep.
have Andreessen Horowitz, Mike Andreessen coming on Tuesday. So I thought we'll have some time off.
It's
Yeah.
funny you said that. I had my Xbox loaded up, and then I saw y'all were jumping on the call. So I was like, all right, I got to put this down.
All right, man. Do you want to give an overview, Ian, while I get
Yep.
things organized of
Yeah, I'll
the
read the
what
whole
we
thing
covered
again.
yesterday? Yeah,
Okay,
not
yes, an
before this
overview.
one.
Yeah,
Overview of
you already got this
yesterday's
one.
ones, and then
Yeah.
explain today's what that means, what the escalation means.
Got it. Okay, yeah. So last week, as if you've paid any attention at all, I'm sure you have, they released the first batch of the Twitter files. That's Elon Musk's very promised, reveal of what went on behind the scenes at Twitter. And last week they revealed a number of things. For instance, what did they reveal last week? My brain is fried somewhat. Um, Okay, so they revealed last week that wow, I just went on a show and did that thing. I'm terrible as a host today. I'm sorry. Yeah, so they revealed a bunch of stuff last week, and then yesterday they revealed that shadow banning was actually happening. So shadow banning is what everybody's talking about, and how it was very one-sided. It was only done to conservatives to suppress conservative voices, like Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who I don't know if he's a conservative or not, but he spoke out against lockdowns and he was shadow banned. Him and many other people, including Dan Bongino, conservative commentator, Charlie Kirk, conservative commentator, and Libs of TikTok. These three were named, or at least these four were named, as being shadow banned. And by shadow banning, they use this term called visibility filtering. It's a very 1984-esque newspeak way of talking about suppressing people's reach, their ability to be visible on timelines, on trending hashtags, and so on. This is how they limited visibility, and that's where we were at so far. So today they're revealing why or rather how the Twitter's internal rules and regulations were simply became lax, right? Because, as he said here, we'll show you what hasn't been revealed, the erosion of standards within the company in the months before J6. Since October, they started doing this, and decisions by high-ranking executives to violate their own policies and more against a backdrop of ongoing documented interaction with federal agencies. So they were colluding with the federal government to do this. And number four is just out right now. He said that the first installment covers the period, and so this is a part of a multi-part series about this specific limitation of, or rather limiting of Donald Trump and how they wanted to ban him. So the first installment covers the period before the election through January 6th. Tomorrow, Michael Schellenberger, will detail the chaos inside of Twitter on January 7th. And on Sunday, so we're getting 3 days of drops here. On Sunday, Barry Weiss will reveal the secret internal communications from the key date of January 8th. So we'll be getting a lot of drops in the next couple of days as well. So this is the first of several releases. So maybe
Yeah, and
first of
just
three.
to add on to your overview, Ian, the first drop, since we skipped over that one a little bit, was just the Hunter Biden
Right.
drama, that story coming out, as
The New
well
York
as
Post.
just the preferential treatment of celebrities and politicians in terms of what could be removed from the platform.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. My brain had a glitch. It was a glitch in the matrix.
All good.
Did
A lot
y'all
has happened.
find the mainstream media response on par? Like that's what y'all would have expected out of them? Almost like, yeah, like we knew it was going on, but it was a nothing burger type of thing. Like
It's
I thought
actually
it was pretty.
worse. Right, it was like worse than what I expected. I thought at the very least it would cover it and talk about their own shortcomings when it came to the release of the Hunter Biden story, because they all tried to downplay that one as well when it happened. They claimed it was Russian disinformation, and they had 50 former and current intelligence officials corroborate that claim, right, that it was Russian disinformation. Turns out it wasn't. It was in fact his laptop, and all the contents on it are, if he was Donald Trump, I mean, this is Donald Trump's son, to Donald Trump Jr., we'd still be talking about it. Trump would have been like 100% impeached for it.
Yeah, 100%. That would have never went away. Pretty crazy stuff.
It's just showing how dishonest the corporate media actually is with covering stuff, because all these journalists and reporters are all downplaying this. There's that one NBC senior journalist that's completely downplaying this, acting like they didn't do journalism malpractice in the past few years. And it's just embarrassing for the corporate media.
Yeah, it seems like
and
it
I
seems
was
like nothing.
called.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Tara. I didn't see you there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say that, my story, my coming forward with about Joe Biden was very much suppressed. I was shadow bound, whatever. But he was also called Russian disinformation. And it'll be interesting to see as these files come more and more out, who they were investigating behind the scenes, how much intel, how much the intelligence community was involved with colluding with the Biden campaign. All of that needs to come out. And so I hope it comes out quickly, because, it's not just affecting celebrities or high profile accounts. It's affecting just regular citizens that differ from the narrative.
Yeah, and I see we got number 5 here out. Ian, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'm just refreshing his little page here because it gets quite laggy sometimes. Yeah, okay, I see it now. Sorry about that. Yeah, number 5. Whatever your opinion on the decision to remove Donald Trump that day, meaning on January 8th, the internal communications at Twitter between January 6th and January 8th have a clear historical import. Even Twitter's employees understood in the moment it was a landmark moment in the annals of speech. So they knew what they were doing was wrong, right?
100%.
100%. They knew. Yeah, they knew what they were doing was wrong. That removing a sitting president for what they claimed was incitement to violence. Now, if you watched the actual last video that Trump tweeted out before he was suspended permanently, was him telling people not to be violent. So how is that incitement to violence? They removed it anyway, right? There was no call for it, none.
Here we are. It's almost like the legacy media. You could pretty much assume what really is happening is 180 of what they say. Calls for peace is incitement of violence. A nothing burger is actually a big juicy steak, and it goes on and on.
Yep. And that's what they're going with. I mean, they're calling the yesterday's release a nothing burger. Previously, they said that it was just conspiracy theory, right? Conservatives were not being banned. It was just, they're just making things up. Like we're just sad because we're unpopular and nobody cares about our tweets. We're just crying about nonsense. Turns out it was real. They were shadow banning us. And what happens yesterday? Well, after they drop the files, the media goes on and says, when I say the media, I mean like personalities in the media, people like Ben Collins. They're like, oh, Jan, we knew this already. So they just downplay it. They just pretend that it was always happening. They always knew it was happening. It was no big deal. Oh, whatever, and that is how they treat these stories. They minimize it or whatever.
You're so right, Ian, because this is such a big deal because it influenced. I'm not a Republican, but I'm not a Democrat either. But it influenced people while they were trying to make a decision about voting for the president of the United States. That's huge. It had an impact on the midterm elections. Look what they're doing to RT. Now, I have written some op-ed for RTs. You write great articles, Ian, for RT.
Thank
RT
you.
is a voice that's very well balanced, in my opinion. It just gives a different perspective. Why do we always have to only look through the Western lens? But yet they're labeled as Russian state affiliated, media. And then I have some colleagues that are very good, investigative reporters that are labeled as Iran. Iranian affiliated media. When are those labels going to be lifted? Because those people are also, any anti-imperialist or anti-war person is being completely shadow banned and dismissed, and
Are
their
they
account.
not technically though? Are they not technically affiliated with Russia though? Just I'm not saying they should be shadow
What
banned
about
or censored, but
NPR? What about PBS?
well, yeah,
What
they. I
about
mean, they are affiliated.
MSNBC that has like every single
I think
spook out of
they
the
should also
CIA?
be. I mean, I think anybody that's affiliated, gets money from the government or anything like that should be labeled as such.
I
So
don't think so,
NPR would
because
be.
we're grown-ups. We can make our own decisions. We don't need labels on people. We just need information, and then we can choose our different. There was a time when you could like look at a lot of different views, and I feel like the cling to power and the holding onto the narrative has become so narrowed that now they're just using private companies like Twitter or other social medias to really narrow the narrative to one point of lens, one point of view. And how that's harmed is it harmed conservative voices and voters that wanted that information. It harmed anti-imperialist voices that wanted to talk about not spending $80 billion on a proxy war that nobody wants. So that's,
At what point does some of this become like treason? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, to an extent. I mean, we're talking that. I mean, your influence, like, to silence a seated president like this is it's fucking crazy. And at what point do people bring up
Number
treason talks?
6 just dropped.
Well, the
We're
moment
going to read it now.
Republicans start
Right,
doing
so
it, it'll be.
Hold on.
just guys quickly. Yeah, number 6 is out.
Yeah, number 6 just dropped. I'm going to have to read it. As soon as they finished banning Trump, Twitter executives started processing new power. They prepared to ban future presidents and White Houses, perhaps even Joe Biden. The new administration, says one executive, will not be suspended by Twitter unless absolutely necessary. And so this is some internal documentation. He actually posted some insider stuff here. So the first one, I didn't actually read that when he talked about how whatever your opinion to remove Trump that day, blah blah blah. They understood it was going to be a big deal. So that message there, and the names are redacted here. It said here, is this the first sitting head of state to ever be suspended? Question mark. So they knew what they were doing was a big deal. And now in the second drop here, he says, and this is another redacted post from some executive inside of Twitter saying, as stated in our ban evasion policy, if it is clear that another account is being used for the purposes of evading a ban, it is also subject to suspension. For government accounts such as @POTUS and @White House, we will not suspend those accounts, but will take action to limit their use. However, these accounts will be transitioned over to the new administration in due course and will not be suspended by Twitter unless absolutely necessary to alleviate real-world harm. So these people actually thought they were bigger than the government. Like, they were basically talking about how they could move to suspend any administration they did not like or agree with. And that is, for instance, like the Biden administration.
That's exactly like the Biden administration. It's very strange how we are all collectively sitting here listening and watching how this is all going down. I know a lot of the people that are listening were the ones that were saying this was happening, and it's sure they're going to gaslight us. They're going to try to psyop us into believing that this shit wasn't really going on. But I mean, this is like a perfect example of them saying that they're bigger than everyone else, acting like they're the new type of government. I mean, think about it. This is like what people used to talk about when they were discussing things like the Illuminati, except for it's more like a cabal. And this is literally what we're kind of seeing happening in front of our faces, is like we're seeing the cabal being exposed. And it's not like people think. I wouldn't say. It's more like these people collectively have come together to do this operation, and we're starting to see how this operation has been uncovered. And I think it's insidious, obviously. Like, we knew this stuff was going down, but like just this last little post right here, it's like they're conditioning everybody that's working at Twitter to just be okay with it. I mean, I don't think anybody should have ever been okay with any of this stuff going on. And, to what you were saying earlier about the news media, like, what are they doing to us at this particular point in time, other than just telling, oh, well, it's not a big deal. It's a nothing burger. You're not eating a big, gigantic tomahawk steak. Turn your face away. This isn't the real. This isn't the truth. But, here we are this isn't just this is a tiny bit of information, right? This is from January 6th, but think about how far back this truly
Your
goes.
mic just mine. Your mic is a bit muffled, a tiny bit. It's going in and out.
All right. Well, it's
Yes.
just think about this
It's good now.
particular juncture. We're going to have like five or, there's years of these messages that are out there, right? Like this probably goes back much farther than just 2020. I'm talking like we should be asking people to start looking at 2016 and before, because like that's when we're going to see that this whole operation was really started, right? Like this has been ongoing for very many years. And now we're starting to see how deep the operation was. And I mean, why are they redacting the post nowadays? The only thing I can think of is the basic fact is they don't want anybody else or other people going after folks because, everybody's been on these things like crazy.
Ian, has there been a more overused term than Russian misinformation? I mean, we just heard Miss Reed talk about how.
Hey, I need to be
Go
right
ahead.
back. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 to 10. I'll
You
be right
know,
here. I'm just going to mute
No,
myself.
no
You know,
problem.
Sure,
Ian.
no,
the term alleviate real world harm. The term real world harm I find is used a lot as well. And it's like, what is real world harm and how do you measure it? How do you assess that? So what is real world harm and how does Twitter define it? Because that's in that number 6 post, right? How does Twitter define that real world
They don't
harm?
define it, so they can be very vague with why they ban people. Ben Shapiro was going into this in his show today, and they intentionally worded it vaguely, so whatever caused real world harm or direct to violence or something like that, they made it entirely vague on purpose so they could ban anyone for any reason.
I did want to chime in. I think that nothing we've seen yet today is really shocking. We knew that Trump was banned because of what Twitter thought was promoting the insurrection and maybe possibly calling for violence. That's what they considered calling for violence.
Hate to interrupt you. We'll come right back to you. We got number
Sure.
7 up, and then we'll come back to you. So number 7 says that Twitter executives removed Trump in part over what one executive called, quote, context surrounding, end quote, actions by Trump and supporters over, again, quote, over the course of the election and frankly last 4+ years, end quote. In the end, they looked at a broad picture, but that approach can cut both ways. And then here's an email to Vijaya. It's a bit long here, and I will speed read through it the best I can. There's a few parts that are redacted. I'm working with Redacted on my team to put together a document to share with you a point of view from research, ours, academics with whom we have been working with, etc., on Donald J. Trump's language as coded incitement to further violence. And then redacted. In the meantime, here is our quick take. The decision on whether to pull that particular tweet or use that as the last straw for Trump depends on many factors, including the overall context and narrative in which that tweet lives. We currently analyze tweets and consider them on a tweet by tweet basis, which does not appropriately take into account the context surrounding. You can use the yelling fire in a crowded theater example. Context matters, and the narrative that Trump and his friends have pursued over the course of this election, and frankly the last 4 years, must be taken into account when interpreting and analyzing that tweet. The larger question is around our moral imperative and decision as a company, which user sentiment should not be based on number 1, redacted, and I believe that his tweet does violate our rules when taking that historical context plus current climate into account. Wow.
Stephen,
A lot
and
there. What do you make of that?
Stephen, what's so crazy is that this seems to be the only context in which this logic was ever applied by Twitter. I mean, there are full-blown terrorists on the platform tweeting far more violent things that don't necessarily violate the policies, right? Surely, if you look into the context of terrorist groups being allowed on the platform, this logic would apply to remove violent terrorists. Yet it seems like only when Donald Trump is involved or his affiliates that we begin to use this historic context to justify kicking someone off an app for a tweet that they never even sent.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what
I agree with you.
That's what I
I,
never understood, because there were like,
Great.
if you are extending beyond just Twitter itself, right? If you're going beyond the platform and your actions on that platform, well, yeah, then those terrorist cells that also have used Twitter to recruit and have provably used caused real world harm, quote unquote. Well, not even quote unquote real world harm. Then we're talking about then why does this constitute so it's so loose in their
Yeah,
interpretation.
Catherine.
Yeah.
yeah,
I
I
sorry,
agree
sorry,
with that.
sorry to
I was just
interject.
gonna say,
Sorry to
yeah,
interject on you again, Christine. There's number
it's all
8,
right.
and then let's definitely bookmark to Christine after this. Okay, number 8. The bulk of the internal debate leading to Trump's ban took place in those 3 January days. However, the intellectual framework was laid in the months preceding the Capitol riots. And then back to you, sir.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see what they say, what happens next year, what happened in those prior months. I think a few things. I think number one, I never agreed that Trump should have been banned. I think they made the wrong call on that. It does show that they deliberated within the company. So far, we haven't seen any sort of political influence in this, other than maybe the employees who had political leanings. So it's going to be interesting to see. If there was any outside influence. I don't think there's going to be, but we'll see as this goes forward.
I think this is a quintessential example of selective outrage, selective enforcement on terms of service based around a predetermined narrative, a predetermined desired outcome, right? But it's great to hear you say that you agree that he shouldn't have, the former president shouldn't have been banned. I mean, you were the quintessential number one anti-Trump reply guy. Isn't that safe to say during your season?
I think that's safe to say. I think that,
Dude was prolific AF.
I probably would have been slightly happy seeing him get banned at the time, but I don't think it's the right call from the company. I think they should have been able to foresee that it was going to bring blowback, and he has the right as president to express himself.
Thank you for that. And we got number 9 here. We're going to go to that. Before January 6th, Twitter was a unique mix of automated, rules-based enforcement and more subjective moderation by senior executives. As Barry Weiss reported, the firm had a vast array of tools for manipulating visibility, most all of which were thrown at Trump and others pre-January 6th.
Well, think about this. QAnon. You know how QAnon blew up over Twitter? QAnon was basically what they utilized in order to figure out how they were going to proceed with banning Trump, because based on what we see here, at the same time, we're seeing that they had already been building this framework for some period of time, and the only really logical solution, when you look at what the news media was talking about and how everybody sometime around 2019 shifted to talking about this insidious cabal of people running around talking about Hillary Clinton getting arrested and shit like that. That specific piece of disinformation, I think that PSYOP really led into what we were seeing with them, because they had to take the time to figure out how they were going to run the operation. And in the months leading up to anything January 6th related, they were already playing, I guess, a proverbial game of pin the tail on the donkey. They already had all the different items that they wanted set up. They were just basically waiting for something to happen, somebody to make a mistake, and that's what we see now.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Tara, I just saw you snuck in here. What's going on? How are you?
I'm freaking out. This is exactly what we wanted. This is amazing. I was just tweeting again yesterday saying, can we please see the January 6th Trump files? So yeah, good job, you guys. I was off my phone for a while doing some other things and getting ready for the Eliza space that she's putting on in regard to the child exploitation stuff that they're going to be releasing today as well. So today is a huge day. I love that they're doing this on Fridays because a lot of people are off work. They're able to tune in, and a lot of news networks are not really paying much attention. And a lot of what's happening here now won't even be reported until Monday. So thank you, and huge props to Mario for getting in here and getting on this space right away, and Ian and all of you guys. Amazing work.
Absolutely massive, and thank you for that. We got number 10 out, and there are a couple hands, and we'll get to you guys. Number 10, As the election approached, senior executives, perhaps under pressure from federal agencies with whom they met more as time progressed, increasingly struggled with rules and get this and began to speak of quote unquote bios as pretexts to do what they likely would have done anyway. So that kind of dovetails off of what we were just talking about previously, you guys. So, Catherine, what do you say?
Oh, I was just thinking about just generally in terms of the, a lot of people are kind of, I put out a post, sort of saying how important it is to have certain rules that are consistent. And, people are like, well, now you have this one person controlling Twitter and we're criticizing me for the post. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, you now do have one person controlling Twitter, but it's not about the person controlling Twitter. It's about the principles, right? So here we have these things being laid out. So these reasons for why maybe they banned Trump and some other accounts. And the key is to create a set of rules by which are clearly defined, that are transparent, which are enforced fairly and clearly, that are kind of iron proof, And I think if we are going to proceed with this new Twitter 2.0, free speech, whatever, if we want a Twitter that's a much better version, it needs to have rules that are clear, defined, rigid, well applied, and have that transparency, so that it isn't about this whoever runs Twitter or this one person. It is about the principles that guide it. It is about these clearly defined rules. So that's what's on my mind right now.
Yeah, I think that's pretty well said. Dimitri, what you got?
Hey, thank you. So I actually want to build on what Catherine was just saying, because I think, while I don't want to minimize the political dimensions of the story, and I think that they're acutely relevant for people who have been on the receiving end of some of the shadow banning and some of the sort of politically skewed or politically motivated quote censoring of content, which I also think using the word censoring in this context is also misleading, because fundamentally what these platforms do, just as a matter of how they work, what it means to run a social media platform today, is to make normative judgments and have standards about how to treat information, what to amplify, what to suppress. This is all part of the job description. And so when we're talking about the rules and what kind of rules we want to be applied and how to be applied,
Dimitri,
first of all,
sorry, I got to cut through like a little bit of a butter knife here. We'll put a bookmark it and pick up where we left off. We got number 11 here from Matt Taibbi. Number 11, after January 6th, internal Slack show Twitter executives getting a kick out of, now get this, oh man, take a deep breath on this one, folks. Internal Slack show Twitter executives getting a kick out of intensified relationships with federal agencies. Here's trust and safety head Yael Roth lamenting over a lack of generic enough calendar descriptions, quote unquote, to concealing his quote unquote very interesting meeting partners. And this is a screenshot of some DMs from Yael Roth with the recipient being redacted. And I'll just speed read through it quick. These keep in mind, these are messages from Yael. It happens. I'm a big believer in calendar transparency, but I reached a certain point where my meetings became, well, very interesting to people, and there weren't meeting names generic enough to cover. Anyways, let me know. Then redacted reply. Very boring business meeting that is definitely not about Trump. Wink, winky face. Then followed up with pretty much, and then his last DM, all caps, definitely not meeting with the FBI. I swear. LMAO. My goodness gracious. My opinion. Bombshell. What say you, Tara? Then we'll go to Lala.
That is insane. I am honestly speechless and just listening, You can go.
Okay.
You can go to
I'm
Lala.
done.
Just Stephen, I just want to confirm one thing. So this
Yeah,
is
go
for
ahead.
me the biggest. This is the biggest tweet yet. Like I'm looking at the
I
others.
agree.
This one is essentially, at least what I'm implying, is that y'all spoke directly with the FBI about Trump, and that was
100%. That's what. Yep.
before. And that was before Trump's account was banned.
Correct. That's what we have. That's what we have evidence of here right now.
And
Yes.
that's the president of the United States.
Correct.
So
45th.
Twitter executives were talking to the FBI about the account of the president of the U.S.
That is correct,
And
sir.
keep in
That is
mind,
correct.
the FBI
Hey, it's a deep state.
has since searched Trump's home as well.
Number 12 is out, guys. These initial reports are based on searches for documents linked to prominent executives whose names are already public. They include Yoel Roth, former Trust and Safety Policy Chief, Vijay Gadde, and a recently plank-walked General Counsel, Jim Baker. So he named names here. The three names are
13's
Vijay
out
Gadde,
too.
Yoel Roth, and Jim Baker. Thus far.
Yeah, 13 just
Yeah.
hit too.
Go read it, guys.
Okay, yeah, number 13 is out. Yeah, one particular Slack channel offers a unique window into the evolving thinking of top officials in late 2020 and early 2021. So he's about to drop that one next.
Oh my gosh.
I
Yeah.
wanted to bring up the point that, these are the type of things that, like, especially, in Western governments where you expect there to be groups, and it's almost like the big club that you're not involved in. And, these groups making decisions for other people and playing politics. I hope everyone listening is cognizant of the fact that this is coming out on...
With cheese?
Wait, what's that?
Medium size, please. Can I get a number one with cheese?
Oh,
Excuse me?
what?
Well, what I was saying is...
I think he was ordering a nothing burger.
Somebody said nothing burger. Very funny. Yeah.
So whoever was speaking, I'll let you jump in again.
Yeah, it was Steve.
But I just want to, before that, I just want to confirm against him, because this is big and I'll try to stay as factual as I can. So if I tweet, latest drop confirms the FBI spoke with Twitter executives regarding the suspension of then President Trump.
Yep.
Yeah, and specifically Yoel Roth was speaking and coordinating with the FBI regarding President Trump's suspension.
Yeah, so essentially you have these, I don't want to call them political appointees, but people who work under the executive branch, meaning the FBI, right? They are not beholden to Congress, they're not beholden to anyone but the president. They were working to undermine him. So when Donald Trump talks about the deep state, this is what he's referring to. The people who essentially work for him are working against him. That's fascinating.
But it's important to understand that we don't know the context of these conversations.
Does it matter?
It possible that there's...
number 14 is dropped. Number 14 is dropped. I'm going to have to interrupt you.
Get going. Okay,
so number 14. On October 8, 2020, executives opened a channel called US 2020_XFN_enforcement. So you know where we're going with this. Through J6, this would be home for discussions about election-related removals, especially ones that involved high-profile accounts, often called VITs, or very important tweeters. People like Donald Trump would be a VIT. People like Charlie Kirk would be a VIT. Someone like Libs of TikTok would be considered a VIT. And so this is the text from the Slack channel. It says here, hey everyone, starting tomorrow, October 9th, until November 15th, this channel will be used for the following reasons related to the US 2020 elections. Trends identified that required scaled investigations, high-profile accounts escalations that potentially require PII or /soft interventions, scalable solutions required, edge cases for XFN consultation, highlight tech issues, bugs, outage, Jira tickets. That's like their ticketing software, support software. This is an enforcement channel between T&S and TWS to help speed up our response related to election issues over the coming few weeks. GET will start providing a handover starting APAC shift tomorrow. I don't know what APAC means. I guess it's a time. Friday, October 9th, using the following template handover. And then the next shift, EMEA, APAC, and NA. I guess those are like Asia Pacific, North America. I think that's what it refers to. On Thursday, October 8th, 2020, open escalations, none notes on the shift. ask. So this is the person asking, can you please make sure everyone
15's out.
within the channel, the teams we included as follows, and this is all the teams involved, okay? So site integrity, safety and policy, product trust, safety operations, media ops, global escalation team. So if you have any concerns or questions, let me know.
And the next one is out, I think, as well.
Yeah, it's out. Yeah, so number 15. Yeah, there was at least some tension between safety operations, which is a larger department whose staffers used a more rules-based process for addressing issues like porn, scams, and threats, and a smaller, more powerful cadre of senior policy executives like Roth and Gaddy. So you had internal friction here. You had, the safety team, which just enforces the rules according to what the rules are written as. They're not going to step outside the boundaries.
But Ian, this safety team are the ones that are responsible for making the decision, and the executives getting involved are the executive going against the process to make the decisions.
Yeah, so they're basically, they're more powerful than them. They're executives. They rule the place, right? But yeah, so the safety team is like, what the hell's going on? I mean, you are just basically enforcing the rules as you see fit. Meanwhile, we're here trying to enforce the rules as it's written, right? Not according to your whims or according to your political demands. Now, it seems like, the team that was run by Roth and Gaddy, they were deciding to just simply do whatever the hell they wanted, right? They were not running the place properly. They were using or misusing their power.
Do we know that it wasn't the other way around?
Yoel Roth had a tweet stating that Donald Trump was racist and calling him a tangerine. So I'm pretty sure we know where he stands on Trump. So I'm sure it was his, dying wish to have Trump removed from the platform.
Yeah, that's fair.
What was your question, Brian?
Oh, no. I was just saying, do we know if it was that way or was it other?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was that way. Yeah, he was very openly disdainful of the president.
Adriana, Ms. Jacob, I see your hand up for a while.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name's you can call me Ari. But my takeaway from all this is that, it really comes down to access. These people act as gatekeepers. And, I was at the Twitter offices several times with social media stars that I represented who were popular within Twitter because of their popularity with the LGBT culture and all that. And any tiny issue that these stars had, I could call somebody at Twitter and get something done in minutes. And what we saw the other day is that, but when a request came in from the Trump administration, from Kayleigh McEnany or whoever had sent that email, they have a direct contact. Somebody answers them. Maybe somebody won't. What did he say? He said, just pretend to care for 20 days or something. And so if you don't have an ally at Twitter who can quickly make moves for you, you can, like, if Trump and Kayleigh McEnany can't have somebody that can make things happen for them, you can forget about civilians like you and I having any type of access. And this comes down to who had the relationships and how could they scratch each other's backs. A small but blatant example of this is the fact that Jim Baker hasn't liked, tweeted, posted anything all year. And the last thing he liked on November 11th was a meme video on Taylor Lorenz's page making fun of Twitter Blue. So I want to know, what is her relationship with the FBI and with the DOJ? And I've seen it happen before where, she's basically asking people to, send her story to somebody at the DOJ, and she has contacts there. So it's, it goes deep within the media and people like Taylor Lorenz. And if, imagine if she has and it's a bit of a long shot, I don't know, but just because you liked her tweet, but what is her connection with Jim Baker? That's what I want to know.
Exactly. I mean, like, people might say it's a conspiracy theory to assume that she has contacts within Twitter. She does. She even admitted it a few days ago. This is before Jim Baker was fired. She said she's got a couple of people there who are still working there that they haven't gotten rid of. And number
16's out.
So I'm just going to read it. Yeah, number 16. The latter group was basically a high-speed Supreme Court of moderation, issuing content rulings on the fly, often in minutes and based on guesses, gut calls, and even Google searches, and even in cases involving President Trump. So his name is redacted here. It says, "Hi, everyone. Received this escalation just now." And it's a tweet by Donald Trump where he tweeted, "Breaking news, 50,000 Ohio voters getting wrong absentee ballots, out of control, a rigged election." Now, he loved to tweet stuff like this, right? And then there's conversation here between an anonymous executive saying a rigged election would be enough to be in violation, right? And then Yoel Roth replies, says, if the claim of fact were inaccurate, yes, but it looks like it's true. Oh, and he links to an NPR thing. So thankfully, Yoel Roth prevented, in this one instance, prevented Trump from being banned, right? But they were so ready to ban somebody. They were so ready to ban Donald Trump because he tweeted out a fact.
17's out.
A literal fact. Yep. Because it went against the narrative, right? He talked about election manipulation. He talked about, people getting the wrong ballots. Oh my God, there's got to be fake, guys. It's fake news. It's like, it's not fake news. It literally happened. NPR reported it. 50,000 ballots were sent out by accident to voters in Ohio. They got absentee ballots, and who knows how many of them turned them in. We don't know, right? And that's a concern. But hey, we're not allowed to talk about it. Anyone who was actually talking about it on the lower levels, who were not Donald Trump, probably got suspended or shadow banned for even mentioning it. Incredible.
Well, to your point, Ian, I kind of want to go back to the seventh tweet for a moment.
We got 17 here, you guys. We haven't read that.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
17 says, during this time, executives were also clearly liaising. I have a really hard time just pronouncing that. Liaising with federal enforcement and intelligence agencies about moderation of election-related content. While we're still at the start of reviewing the Twitter files, we're finding out more about these interactions every day. What say you, Ian?
Fascinating. Not surprising, but fascinating. I think it won't be in this particular drop. They won't particularly name any FBI agents or how often they talk to these feds. I mean, we know from another release, not the Twitter files, but from an ongoing lawsuit by Eric Schmidt, the AG of Missouri. He's going after the Biden administration, and they found out a bunch of stuff. They found out that the FBI had an agent, Elvis Chan, not sure if he's still there, who was liaising with Twitter every single week. So that's probably a part of it. He may not have been the only one, and Matt Taibbi and all these other journalists who are looking through these files are going to have to find this information, and I'm sure they will release them. It's just a matter of time until we figure out how deep this collusion went.
It's pretty obvious that this is the real reason they didn't want Elon Musk to purchase Twitter. This is exactly what they didn't want to get out. They didn't want this information ever to be revealed, and they never planned on it happening. So hats off to Elon for putting his neck on the line.
But then they
forced him to buy it.
Yeah, they legally took him to court to force him to buy Twitter. So which is
well, he couldn't say no. That's the thing. I mean, the way that law is written is that he, can exactly.
Yeah, but they could have, like, if he's like, guys, I changed my mind, they'd be like, oh, cool, all right, we want.
The courts don't work for them. The courts don't work for them. Fortunately, for everybody here, the court in Delaware, which was handling his case, the judge is actually pretty neutral. She's very neutral. She's very fair-handed. She has a good reputation of following the law. So even if they were to have tried to lean on her to get her to say, oh, yeah, just give Elon what he wants, let him cancel the deal, I don't think she would have gone through with it. So thankfully, there are many people in government, in courts, who are, upstanding moral citizens who are not going to be swayed by this, this kind of manipulation by the federal government, or at least members of the federal government.
I'm curious how much they deleted, because
I was going to say the same. I was going to say the same thing. I'll let you finish. Sorry, finish your point, Catherine. I was going to say the same thing, but I'll let you finish it.
No, it's kind of the same because Elon did indicate that there were some deletions going on, and I imagine because they were prepared for the takeover, so it wasn't like it was news to them. And it's not, if they were doing it internally with the support and the blessing of the executives at Twitter, they could have gotten away with it. So I imagine that there was probably some deletion sort of at a high level, because it's much harder to do that if you're sort of a low level employee trying to do it because they're experienced.
Catherine, we do have number 18 that just
number 18. I'll read it. Yeah, Policy Director Nick Pickles is asked if they should say Twitter detects misinformation through ML or human review, and partnerships with outside experts ? The employee asks, I know that's been a slippery process. Not sure if you want our public explanation to hang on that. So there's two screenshots here. One is Nick Pickles. Are you comfortable with marketing talking about misinformation by saying that we detect it through ML, human review, and partnerships outside of experts? And then another person replies, says, I know that's been a slippery process. So not sure if you want our public explanation to hang our hat on that. Basically, they're lying when they're in public and they're saying, oh, we got people looking over these things. Turns out they probably don't. And then Nick Pickles replies, he says, can we just say partnerships? E.g., we're not sure we describe the FBI or DHS as experts, some NGOs that aren't academic. So what he's saying here in this little chat here is that he's admitting that the FBI and the DHS tells them that something is misinformation.
19's out.
Flag it. Yep, and NGOs as well. So those are activist groups, right? I'm going to read 19 now. Fascinating. So they were working with activist groups as well as the government. Nick Pickles goes on to say, he quickly asks if they could just say partnerships. After a pause, he says, yeah, e.g., not sure we describe the FBI or DHS as experts. Yeah, he already tweeted that twice. Wow, silly. But yeah, so they're working at NGOs, they're working at the DHS, and they're not experts. They're just some guy that says, oh, it's misinformation, right? But they don't have any actual evidence that it is misinformation. Now,
and do they act on it before verifying? Do they say whether they act on it or not? Or are we implying that they act on it?
They simply acted on these things based on gut feeling. That's what he said in a previous tweet, that they would simply go in there and be like, oh my God, Trump tweeted this. Can we ban him? And obviously...
that's pretty significant.
A smart guy there.
One of these experts was John Podesta's niece, who was listed on that highest super secret shadow banning board. John Podesta's niece.
It's this whole thing of listen to the experts, right? Like for the last few years, this whole idea of they consult with the experts, they make these informed decisions, but they're not, right? Like what you said, Ian. They're going to these outside organizations, most of whom are not actually using any experts.
That's right. Yeah, it's people who are politically motivated who will tell you something is misinformation or disinformation, such as the Center for Countering Hate is a very far left organization in the UK. In the US, you have a bunch of them as well, like the ADL. So they're the experts, but they're not really. They're just making things up. They want to silence people. I mean, the ADL recently said the Azov battalion are not neo-Nazis. It's like, excuse me, you guys literally said they were before. So which is it?
I think it's important to see what these conversations were about.
Your mic, sorry, just Brian, quickly. Your mic, Catherine, is just very muffled. Just a heads up if you could fix it. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important to see if they have any records of these conversations between Twitter and the FBI or any government agency. I think there are during the election. So on election day, I think the FBI does play an integral part in making sure that certain information is not disseminated, such as, hey, this polling station shut down. Hey, something's happening over here and you can't vote here. If people are posting that is actually information that the FBI would be interested in. I'm not saying that's what this is all about. It probably isn't, but I think it'll be interesting to see if they have conversations.
My question will be why didn't...
Number 20 is out, so I'm going to read that first. This post about Hunter Biden laptop situation shows that Yoel Roth, I keep saying Eli Roth, not only met weekly with the FBI and DHS, like I mentioned earlier, but with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, that's the DNI. So, bot application, Yoel has checked in. Here's what they said. What's new since you checked in? Hacked materials exploded. We blocked the New York Post story. He was giving them updates. So here is Yoel Roth giving these people an update, saying that, and then we unblocked it, but said the opposite. Wow, that is huge. Okay, so we unblocked it, but then said the opposite, and then said we unblocked it, and now we're in a messy situation where our policy is in shambles, communications is angry, reporters think we're idiots, and we're refactoring an exceedingly complex policy 18 days out from the election. In short, FML, fuck my life. Weekly sync with the FBI, DHS, and DNI regarding election security. This meeting happened about 15 minutes after the aforementioned hacked materials implosion. So he's referring to them deciding to nuke that New York Post story. The government declined to share anything useful when asked. Monthly meeting with the FBI, FITF, briefed on several ongoing investigations. Wow. So
that's crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's insane.
I heard you guys, if you say Nick Pickles into the mirror 3 times, you turn into a nothing burger.
Nice.
Lala, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you abandon your own policy of reviewing tweets tweet by tweet for this contextual, I can't get over that, the contextual review of what surrounds this tweet or what surrounds this person. And they even cite a 1919 Supreme Court case. They misquote the yelling fire in a crowded theater as if to legally justify this change in policy without recognizing any of the tests that the Supreme Court has ever set out for freedom of speech. So they misquote a Supreme Court case to justify this massive transition in terms of how they're actually reviewing and moderating. And then they wonder why they're in this predicament with like, oh, we look like idiots and oh, all this stuff is crazy now. It's like, well, if you're going to act like a de facto arm of the Supreme Court without doing any of the legal tests or any of the hard work or analysis that goes into protecting free speech and being balanced like that, then we shouldn't be surprised when things devolve to this type of extreme.
Okay, number 21 is out. Good timing there. I'm going to read that now. If it actually loads. God damn it.
Come on, Ian, get your shit together, mate.
Okay. Yoel Roth's report to the FBI, DHS, and DNI is almost farcical in its self-flagellating tone. Quote, we blocked the New York Post story, then unblocked it. Okay, it's the same stuff, FML. Yeah, okay, it's literally the same thing. It's the same thing. He tweeted the same thing twice. Never mind. All right. Didn't really miss anything. Okay, he's just doubling down on the same post because he wants to add a little bit more context to it. Got it. That's fine.
I think it's if it's an open floor for a second, I think it's interesting that they've decided to do quite a targeted Trump-specific sort of thread. I've still not yet come down from sort of yesterday's mayhem and palaver, which was. Can I just say again, Mario, good job, mate. That was so much fun.
23 is out. Number 23. Yeah. Here it goes.
Okay.
Some of Yoel Roth's later slacks indicate that his weekly confabs at federal law enforcement involved separate meetings. Here, he ghosts the FBI and the DHS, respectively, to go first to an Aspen Institute thing and then take a call of Apple. So he was actually just ghosting them. He was like, oh, too busy, and then he says here, this is a screenshot attached to it. It says, hey there, I have to miss the FBI and DHS meetings today, unfortunately. I saw that you're on the invites for both as our site policy. Can you give me a quick readout if there's anything interesting that comes up? And then some guy named Patrick Conlon replies, says, sure thing, I hope everything's okay. And Yoel replies, yeah, just have conflicts at both times. An Aspen Institute thing this morning on vaccines that I have to be present at, and then a call with Apple to avoid us getting kicked out of the App Store during the DHS one. And Patrick replies, says, yeah, those both seem pretty important. And Yoel replies, indeed. Yeah, I'm sure the Aspen Institute is totally important, you guys. Totally important. It's not just to build his personal clout. Yeah, so national security can take a back seat, Yoel's got to go to a thing with the Aspen Institute.
Yeah, the hubris that's just emanating off of these correspondences with Yoel is just extraordinary. Madeline, what's up? I saw that she had her hand up there, but what do you say, Ari?
Mine's going to be quick. I see Harrison's
I'm going
hand.
to have to mute you again. I'm so sorry. Number 24 is out. Oh, I'm so sorry. He says here the FBI sends reports about a pair of tweets, the second of which involves a former Tippecanoe County, Indiana councilor and a Republican named John Basham, claiming between 2 and 25% of ballots by mail are being rejected for errors. So here we got an FBI that is literally calling in to suppress a certain tweet put out by a Republican. And it says here, we got a report from the FBI for 2 tweets, and one of them, he links to the tweet, says related to the shredding of mail-in ballots. This is proven to be false through this, and it's a PolitiFact article that he links to. So they don't even actually have that information available to them. They're just linking to something that they found on Google, like, oh, his claim is false because PolitiFact said so, right? And number 2 says, I believe was deemed no on numerous occasions. So. Yeah, the FBI reported a tweet that they claimed was misinformation, and I guess they linked to a PolitiFact article, and that's what got those tweets pulled down. So they're using the media to suppress people. Fascinating.
Sorry, I had one of my team members sending me stuff, so I'm so sorry I missed. But I just want to let you guys know that there is an article, Married to Art by John Podesta, that's now been deleted, which was the one where it showed this very deviant art with children. I think a lot of us knew this, back a few years ago, especially during WikiLeaks. And Natalie was just sending it to me. She's like, the article is gone. Fortunately, I was just about to post it, and I will post it now. But I just want to let you guys know that Married to Art by the Washington Post that was about the Podesta brothers and that very odd art that was very sexual and sexualizing young children has been deleted by the Washington Post, something that usually they don't do because it's kind of just a bragging rights about being very open about the things that they're interested in. So, so I just thought I would put that out there.
Is it Married with Art? It's still up.
Yes, Married with Art. And
it's still up. It's still up.
I will post it. I will post it.
No, I have it. I literally have it open right now. It's findable on Google. It's still up. They didn't delete it. So I think you're incorrect.
Thanks for verifying that, Ian. Piotr and Harrison.
I apologize.
All good. Harrison, go ahead.
So, yeah, the FBI at this point has just become the police force military wing of the DNC. They're more concerned with suppressing the speech of right-wingers in there to stopping mass shootings and the child porn all over the internet. It's at what point do we just say abolish the FBI? They're no good.
I wouldn't go to that extreme. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I would just say that for me, the bigger, in my opinion, the bigger concern is the fact that the FBI requested from Twitter to delete a tweet. Whether that tweet had right or wrong information, that's not the point. The point is that they reference, as Ian said, a political article as
number 25
evidence.
And 26 are out, so I'm going to
go ahead, bro. Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yep. So he connects. This is it's number 26, but okay. Number 25. He goes. The FBI's second report concerned this tweet by John Basham. I'm gonna open it. It says here, editorial: the Democrats are in complete panic as their massive push for hashtag vote by mail is backfiring on them. Two things are unfolding. Return ballots 2 and 25. So this is the tweet that he was referencing earlier. I guess it's gone. And number 25, well, it's more like number 26. The FBI flagged tweet then got circulated in the enforcement Slack. Twitter cited PolitiFact to say that the first story was proven to be false and then noted that the second was already deemed no vio on numerous occasions. So, he's just kind of repeating himself here, but he actually pointed out the exact tweet that he used. Yep. I see Rose McGowan's here. Nice.
Hey, welcome, Rose.
Hi. That's what I was going to say.
Hello.
Hey, great to see you.
Oh, number 26 is out. Well, it's more like number 27, but I'll go. The group then decides to apply a learn how voting is safe and secure label because one commenter says it's totally normal to have a 2% error rate, and then Roth gives the final go-ahead to the process initiated by the FBI, and his message here in the Slack chat is, I think we can use the the mail-in voting label for this one as is. So they didn't suppress it in the sense that they didn't ban this tweet. It's more like they added a little warning to it. So this is how they decided to add warnings to tweets. Basically, this guy made a call, and they would just act on it.
Yeah, hardly shocking, but hardly surprising, I guess is the phrase that keeps coming to mind.
That's right. Number 27.
Number 27, yep.
Yeah, he's fast. Today's fast.
Really
Examining
fast.
the entire election enforcement Slack, we didn't see one reference to moderation requests from the Trump campaign. So Trump campaign never contacted them at all. I think they could have, but they never did. Right? They didn't use that at all. The Trump White House or Republicans generally, we looked. They may exist. We were told that they do. However, they were absent here. So it looks like there's not a single request from any Republican or the GOP or the RNC or the Trump campaign or the Trump White House at all to get anything removed. It was
okay. That will be my second biggest tweet. So the first one is one I referenced to earlier about the just before the Trump election, talking about the FBI regarding Trump's account, and now this, because I assumed, and we said before, that it goes both ways and it's bipartisan, though it is leaning more to the left for obvious reasons. This one goes to a whole other extreme. The entire election enforcement Slack, we didn't see one reference to moderation requests from the Trump campaign. Again, doesn't matter if you're on the left or on the right. That's pretty extreme.
It is, yeah. It shows that the conservatives have no intention of censoring anybody, because if we're told that they exist, right? Matt Taibbi was told that they exist, and yet he can't find anything. He can't find anything from any request from any conservatives, whether it's the RNC, Trump campaign, or the Trump White House, to remove anything at all.
So I just want to chime in on that point, because being in DC, I've got quite a fun perspective on all of this. It's interesting how little this was really being acknowledged. I was at the football, and there were some people, you're in DC, you come across all sorts of people working in certain positions, and there was not much of a fanfare about this. People are trying to remain somewhat sort of like, oh, it's not that big a deal, or it's not going to come thing. And then you talk to some people on the right, more like Republican leaning, and it's like, no, this is huge. So it's interesting the distinction between people on one side of the aisle and those on the other side. And to your point about the sort of suppression of information from sort of the right wing side, people are like, no, they definitely do that. They definitely do that. So there's the general misconception or sort of belief on the left, the far left, perhaps particularly, that the right wing does it as well. That there's a degree of authoritarianism to the sort of that side of the aisle. And it shows you just how difficult it is.
Yeah,
31? Oh, Christ.
Looks like we skipped ahead to 31 here. Looks like a picture of Mike Huckabee, if I'm not mistaken. It says, in one case, former Arizona Governor Mike Huckabee joke tweets about mailing in ballots for his, quote, deceased parents and grandparents, with a picture of him there. So what are you making of the skipping from 27 to 31 there with a picture of...
I don't know what to make of it.
He screwed up the numbering. I think he's doing it so quickly, he just screwed it up, right?
Well, we know that's what reporters will be talking about. They'll be talking about how Matt Taibbi can't count rather than the actual contents.
That's what they'll be talking about. And 32 is just came out, so I'm going to read that. He's referring to the Mike Huckabee tweet. This inspires a long Slack chat that reads like a Titanium McGrath parody. So Titanium McGrath, if you don't follow that account, it's a parody account. It's pretending to be, a woke leftist. And the person says, I agree it's a joke, concedes a Twitter employee, but he's also literally admitting in a tweet a crime. Wow. So the guy tweets a joke and they're like, it's a crime. You can't say that. You can't do that. Oh, my God. It's insane. These people were so mental. And these were the people deciding what we're allowed to say and what we're not allowed to say. You can't even tell a joke because, oh, my God, you tweeted a crime. Yeah, sure.
I wanna first, we're just for everyone listening, we are talking to Jack Dorsey's team about getting him onto the space in the next couple of weeks. Hopefully that works out. It's looking positive. So I'd love to get his take. And the reason I'm mentioning this because I was going through Rose's tweet. If you go to Rose's account, the first tweet, she mentions Jack deactivating an assault victim's account, hers. So deactivated Rose's account.
I think it's important for Rose to kind of give a little bit of backstory because
I'd love the story, please.
Yeah, she's been calling these people out for a long time.
Yeah, she has. And Rose, feel free to speak. You have the podium.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
loud and clear.
Awesome.
First base.
I just want to say, it's so heartening to hear people out there that actually care about context and about the fact that when we joined up with Twitter, we didn't know we were signing up with the FBI. Do you know what I mean? As a person, the background, the context for me is 4 days after outing Weinstein, something it took me 21 years to do. My account was deactivated, immediately followed a 24-hour women boycott Twitter worldwide. That got me reinstated. And now we know it's not shadow banning, it's VF. But I've been VF'd. And it gets to the point where it works. The suppression works. You stop wanting to tweet. You stop wanting to engage. You start hating everybody, especially all the people around you at a dinner table that are talking about, like the Trump stuff. And now we know that, who knows? I mean, what was ever actually said? Because none of this has been real. And all the misinformation and the damage done is catastrophic. And I would love to hear Jack's take on that. And I do hope you get him in this space soon. And hats off to you all. Badass.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Rose. That's you have such an extraordinary narrative behind all of this and all this. Yeah.
Like you stood up before anybody else would, right? And you took this massive hit to your career. They destroyed you. But you did it anyway. You knew what would happen to you, and you did it anyway. And you gave so many people, whether it's victims of domestic abuse or sexual abuse, or victims of just abuse of power, you gave them the strength to speak up and say, you know what, I can do it too. She can do it, and she can take this hit. I can do it too. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for recognizing that. I appreciate it. It is something when you give up everything, when you give up a career, when you give up your house, when you give up your freedom and security. It tried to put me in prison for 10 years. I mean, this stuff was real. You know, it's real psychotic, but it's real, and it has deleterious effects, you know, for a lifetime. And so that's why you guys are all giving me so much strength, just hearing you on the side of whether you're left or right or somewhere in between, you know, as I am, or just somebody who doesn't believe in any of this bullshit. It's just right on and go for it. And let's get this done. Let's get it clean. Let's clean the house. My thing is really very much against abuse of power. Number one. Hats
Can
off.
I just point out that I was on stage and I was off my phone, so I didn't realize exactly who was speaking. I then open it up and see that you're talking, and wow, amazing to be on stage with you, Rose. So
And
thank
Rose,
you very much for that.
Rose, one thing you mentioned that I like, for me, this is the most important problem, a much bigger problem than all the politics we're discussing. That's abuse of power. If there's so much power in anyone's hands, even a good person, good people could do bad things or could become bad people. That's, for me, it is a concerning problem long term. And this is an indication of this. We're talking about Twitter now. We're not talking about Meta. We're not talking about Google. We're not talking about Apple and any other company that has Amazon that has that much power. So for me, Rose, the point that you mentioned, abuse of power, is the core problem long term.
Okay.
And the powerful elite.
Two new tweets are out. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Ian.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So the group declares Huckabee's tweet an edge case, and though one notes, one of the people in this group noted, we don't make exceptions for joke or satire. They ultimately decide to leave him be because we've poked enough bears. So they almost banned him for making a joke. That would have been insane. And then, there is, I believe, another tweet that he just put out. Yep. It says, quote, could still mislead people, according to one of the people. Before moving on from Huckabee. So they decided to let this one go. And he posted a long thread, a chain of conversations within the Slack channel where they were making these discussions. And so Yolarov is the one who says that, I saw this one last night, agreed it's a joke, but he's also literally admitting in a tweet to a crime. So he's the guy who has no sense of humor. Yolarov, the guy who is in charge of trust and safety, or was in charge of trust and safety, thought that, oh my God, we should ban him. Oh. And he keeps going. He says, I could see us taking action under misleading claims that could cause confusion about the established laws, regulations, procedures, and methods about a civic process, but it's not one that we could really label in a useful way. So it's removal of a stupid and ill-advised joke or nothing. I may be inclined not to remove without a report from voting authorities, given that it's been a while since he tweeted it, and virtually all of the replies I'm seeing are critical or counter speech. P. Conlon, A. Rodericks, R. Summers, what do you think? So these are the other people in the chat, okay? And they're being named right now, and they're all like having a little conversation. They have no sense of humor, and looks like a new one just dropped. He's pretty fast in these ones. Yeah, I'm going to read that one now. Yolarov is a loser. I'm just putting that one out there, okay? He's a loser. Number 33, he goes, Yolarov suggests moderation, even in this absurd case, could depend on whether or not the joke results in confusion. The seemingly silly case actually foreshadows serious later issues. Yep. So it's the exact same thing I just read.
Can I just say the guy needs to cool it on the output of these tweets? It's more hectic than the football earlier. Sorry, soccer.
Yep. So we can now resume conversation. Sorry for interrupting, but yeah.
You know what's wild?
So for me, sorry. Go ahead, man.
Sorry, I was just wanting to make kind of a humorous observation off of the last few tweets there from Taibbi. Ian, don't you find this rather humorous and remarkable that these folks were having a pseudo meltdown over the most mildest of boomer con jokes from Mike Huckabee? I mean, this just goes to show how just far gone and how just.
This is what happens on Facebook, by the way. No one really talks about it here because everybody here uses Twitter, right? I don't know how many of you use Instagram or Facebook, but try posting a joke about Hunter Biden on there and see what happens to your account. I tried it, and I got banned for a while. Recently, even.
Was that Facebook
they don't allow it. They don't let you joke about Hunter Biden. They say it's hacked materials. They still do. So those people there are even more humorless than Twitter, and they have even more power than Twitter, arguably, because billions of people use their service. And 34 is out, so goodness me. He goes, in the document, executives often expand criteria to subjective issues like intent. Yes, if video is authentic, but why was it shown? Orientation. Why was a banned tweet shown to condemn or support or reception? Did a joke cause confusion? This reflex will become key in January 6th. So he's leading up to the point here where he's going to say, I'm just predicting here, but I think I'm spot on here, where he's going to say that Trump telling people not to do violent things, not to, fuck up the congressional halls, that in his estimation is probably going to be, he's calling for violence secretly. He's dog whistling to those racists in there. That's what he's going to get at, because that was precisely how they ran the site. You could tweet something out without context, and they would assume the context. They would assume you're saying something that you're not, even if you're saying exactly the opposite of what they think you're saying. It is insane.
Basically, it's like, did it help Republicans and hurt Democrats? And that's your criteria for context, or why was it shown?
Yeah, that's how they ran the place. So you tweet out something like, I don't know. For instance, okay, so Eric Bolling, I was talking to him a few minutes ago, right? Because that's why I had to take off for a while. He said that, for weeks and weeks and weeks, he would tweet that hydroxychloroquine is safe. I mean, it is. I'm not saying it should be used for the vaccine or anything like that. It's not a replacement for it. But he would tweet that out, and that got him shadow banned. Like, just tweeting out that it's safe, which it is, right? It's an over-the-counter drug. You can buy it. You can buy hydroxychloroquine for many different reasons. You get it for deworming, for instance. Tweeting that out, context, guys, context. Like, you're not allowed to say it at all. And this got me suspended once upon a time. Like some old tweet from 2014 where I tweeted something that was like a hot topic issue. Not at the time, but became a hot topic issue later on. I think it was something to do with pandemics or lockdowns. They used that to suppress me for a while.
So I'm going to have an unpopular opinion here, I'm sure, but the FBI's job is to ensure free and fair elections. And
Number 35 is that. Sorry to interrupt you again. In another example, Twitter employees prepared to slap a mail-in voting is safe warning label on a Trump tweet about a postal screw-up in Ohio before realizing the events took place. Yeah, it did actually happen. It actually happened, which meant the tweet was factually accurate. So the tweet was about the 50,000 voters received wrong ballots in Ohio. Do you feel safe? Mailing in your ballot, ? And this is an ABC 13 news tweet. This is a news station. A local news station put that out. And Donald Trump quote tweeted it and said, no, a rigged election. Because of course he did. That's our Trump. And the conversation ensues in the Slack chat where he says, Trump tweeted, just posted these two tweets. A link to it. Learn how voting by mail is safe and secure. Not sure what the process is for GET. Are we expected to do the policy comms right up for this? And they link to the tweet. And Yoel Roth says, Trump just posted two tweets. It's still linked to the same thing. And then they said, until Yoel wakes up. So they're waiting for him to make the call. So, there's a funny tweet earlier from Elon Musk earlier where he insinuated that the real CEO was the head of trust and safety, meaning Yoel Roth. And I think that, Matt Taibbi showed Elon Musk all of these tweets, all of the internal Slack conversations, and he decided that, the man who was actually in charge of Twitter was Yoel Roth. It was not Jack Dorsey, right? Jack Dorsey is not in any of these logs. He had no say in any of this. This is something that was being done by Yoel Roth and Yoel Roth alone. He would make the calls. So
when did Elon make that tweet?
Earlier today. Yeah.
Oh. Shit.
Yeah, a few hours ago. Yeah, so before the Matt Taibbi stuff, a couple hours before that, he tweeted that out. It's in a reply to somebody else. I'm not sure who exactly, but you can find it on his timeline. There is a remark here from I'm not sure who exactly. The name is blanked out. It says, I've been on PTO, so not 100% up to speed. Personal time off, right, PTO. My understanding in both cases is that these events took place, and the commentary by POTUS is the opinion related to these real events, so there wouldn't be any labeling or action or violation on our side. And then Yoel replies and says, yeah, ... Those are factually accurate, ... Thanks for clarifying. And now another tweet is out. Matt Taibbi's tweeting up a storm.
Number 36.
36, yeah. He says, very well done on speed. Trump was being visibly filtered as late as a week before election. Oh, Trump got shadow banned. This is the big one, boys. This is the big one. Trump was shadow banned. I'm going to tweet that out. Before the election. Holy crap.
Yep. So
holy crap.
Here we have big bombshell confirmation.
This is the bombshell, yeah.
Former President Trump
confirming to me yesterday.
Yep, was visibly filtered shadow banned right up before election day, within a week before election day, when it's most pivotal, when it's most consequence for his tweets to be seen as it relates to the election. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable, yep. But still worked fast to make sure a fairly anodyne Trump tweet couldn't be replied to, shared, or liked. Like they went out of their way to suppress him. And one of his tweets that got suppressed, here, there's a screenshot of it, was big problems and discrepancies with mail-in ballots all over the USA, must have final total on November 3rd. I mean, there's nothing wrong with what he said, right? It's accurate. There were discrepancies. There were problems with mail-in ballots, of 50,000 in Ohio, for instance. That's a fact. And yet they suppressed it. You couldn't even reply to it. Nobody could even see that tweet. They shadow banned it. Wow. Damn. And Joel Roth in the private conversations in the Slack chat is saying, what's the team's recommendation? And then there's a link to a Google Doc here. Not sure if that is accessible. Somebody might want to type that in and confirm that. Maybe it's still up. Thank you. Agree with the recommendation. Flagging right now with leadership, given its POTUS. We'll set up a call. Can we use the new doc, like the new document per the PII review? And someone replies, okay, I'll also include that in the playbook after. And then Joel Roth says EDI approved. So I guess, the boss, the big boss, Parag Agrawal might have signed off on this one. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So they shadow banned Trump. This is the
actually, I want to go, Brian, I want to go to you because you don't like Trump. That love him. I made a tweet and I said, love him or hate him, this level of power is concerning to say the least.
I'd like to comment on that.
Yeah. So I don't agree with them shadow banning Trump, obviously. Well, maybe not obviously, but what I was going to say before is that the FBI's basically their mission is to ensure free and fair elections. And that one tweet that they recommended to Twitter in that conversation, I think it was number 27 in the thread, it basically said that there was a 25% rejection of mail-in ballots, which was false. The FBI knew was false, and they were passing it on to Twitter. So I don't have a big problem with that.
Yeah, that one probably deserves to have a little thing tacked onto it saying that it's false. Yeah, it's nothing wrong with that.
The shadow ban is the main one. That's
the main one, yeah.
And it's 1 week, 1 week before election.
Yeah, the random guy, having his tweet not shadow banned, but just they added a little notice to it. Not a big deal, right? Not a big deal. Like that guy is full of shit anyway. But with Trump, on the other hand, Trump didn't say anything that was actually false. They flagged him anyway, and then they shadow banned him for it. And the latest tweet by Matt Taibbi goes on to show all of the whole team patting each other on the back. They're saying, very well done on speed, folks. What this is all designed for, and a huge positive for the platform. So they were really just happy over the fact that they shadow banned Trump. They're literally cheering each other on for shadow banning Trump.
And we got 37 in here, Ian.
I'm reading it, yeah. A seemingly innocuous follow-up tweet involves a tweet from actor real James Woods, whose ubiquitous presence in argued over Twitter data sets is already a Twitter Files in-joke. That's pretty funny. So they're talking about him like the journalist. And the tweet here by James Woods is, Twitter is suppressing this tweet by president. Here's a screen grab. And he literally took a screenshot of Trump talking about the problems with mail-in ballots. And that gets turned into an issue by the people inside. They didn't even allow people to screenshot Trump's tweets without suppressing them. I mean, that happened to me personally, right? I'd screenshot one of Trump's shadow ban tweets because I look at his timeline, and then they would suppress it. Literally, they would literally suppress tweets that were highlighting the fact that other tweets had been suppressed. This was insane.
Yeah, at least they put a notice on there, and they didn't just do it without his knowledge. I give them credit for that.
Yeah, but you still couldn't see it, though. It wouldn't show up on your timeline. That's the thing. You had to literally go to his account to see it, right? Yeah. So, I'm a journalist, obviously. I'm going to be looking at his timeline and refreshing it, every couple of minutes or whatever. And that's how I knew. And I guess that's how James Woods saw that tweet as well. It probably didn't show up on his timeline because it was suppressed. It was shadow banned. He had to go there to Trump's timeline and screenshot it. That's how he got it. Because there's no way to quote tweet it even. They literally were suppressing it. That is nuts. I mean, we knew they were doing this, but holy crap, to actually have the
So
evidence.
what's did they say, I'm just reading the thread again out to 35, I'm rereading them. Did they say why Trump was shadow banned a week before election?
Yeah, because he was tweeting things that they didn't like.
And what did they say?
Why
didn't they like? What did?
So he said that there are discrepancies and problems with mail-in ballots all over the U.S. So they looked at it as he's going to scare off the mail-in ballot vote. I'm guessing. Were there problems? I'm sure there were problems in many places. I don't know if it was a widespread problem, but that's where they're seeing that's what they're seeing.
So essentially, just to kind of summarize it, so they're saying Trump was falsely tweeting about rigged elections or tweeting about
Not
false
even that.
claims.
There's nothing wrong about it. Like, that's the thing, right? What he tweeted out was a fact. There were big problems and discrepancies with it, and they suppressed him anyway. That's the fucked up part. He didn't do anything wrong, and they suppressed him anyway. They didn't care about the rules at this point. They were like, yeah, let's just suppress that. It seems close enough to a bad thing, right? And this is what Matt Taibbi was getting at, was that they would literally, they were literally just suppressing people because they felt like it. Like, oh, that tweet seems like it's a bad thing.
38's out.
Anything wrong.
38's here.
I'll read it out.
Okay.
Yeah. After Woods, as in the actor Woods, angrily quote tweeted about Trump's warning label, Twitter staff, in a preview of what ended up happening after January 6th, despaired for a reason for action, but resolved to hit him hard on future VIO. That means, offenses to the terms of service. So they didn't do anything to this particular tweet, but they were agonizing over it. They were pissed off that they couldn't do anything. So here is what they said in private. Considering the PV2 bug outs this weekend, James Woods being so over the strike limit that our tools won't work on him. I'd suggest we action him for something worth this fiasco rather than the screenshot, since we don't have a firm policy basis for action on his account. And then someone else replies, says, yep, you are fine letting this one lie. Can hit him hard on the future with firmer basis. So they were just like eagle-eyeing his account, waiting for a moment for him to fuck up somehow. Or just like even like remotely fuck up, right? To cross the line. Just a slight.
What these correspondences show to me is that just how vindictive and petty that these folks were. I mean, that last statement there is pretty extraordinary and gives you a real first-eye view to the mentality of many of these folks. Where he says, since we don't have a firm policy basis for action as account, recognizing that there's nothing he was doing that was technically violating terms of service, but let's keep an eye on it and get creative for anything that we can take him down on. Just wow.
Did you read 39 as well, Ian?
Maybe Ian stepped out here. Let me check it out.
No, I got it. 47. I got it, yeah. So 39, he says, here's a label applied to Georgia Republican Congresswoman Jody Hice for saying, say no to big tech censorship, and mail-in ballots are more prone to fraud than in-person balloting. It's just common sense. It's true. They are, right? And so they actually applied a stay informed, learn how voting by mail is safe and secure. Find out more.
40's out as well.
Yeah, 40's out as well. Twitter teams went easy on Hice, only applying soft intervention with Roth worrying about a Wawa censorship optics backlash. So they knew what they were doing was wrong. What they were doing was open censorship of conservative voices, particularly elected officials, but they're afraid of the optics. They're afraid that if they went too hard on too many conservatives all at once, that there would be a backlash and it would look really bad. It would get called to Congress, and they didn't want to deal with that, right?
So Ian, on that point that they knew they were doing something wrong, is there maybe a legal person in here? Is there anything illegal that the executives or whoever was making these decisions did? Is there any legal?
Fidgetal, yeah, we got Fidgetal's there.
No, suppressing the president of the United States.
No, nothing illegal.
I don't think there's. I guess it really depends. I mean, do you want to call it in-person donations? Because 97% of the company was donating to Democrats. So one could argue, at least in Congress, maybe not in court, but in Congress, that they were giving essentially free donations to the Biden administration by suppressing their competition. Right? That is an argument that can be made. That's something that I think some senators are talking about making right now, especially with regards to Jack going to Congress and basically lying to his fucking teeth about how there was no suppression at all. So that is the thing that Tom Cotton and Josh Hawley and the rest of them are going to have to deal with. Jim Jordan is going to have to deal with them in the House, right? And Josh Hawley and Tom Cotton are going to have to deal with them in the Senate, and that is probably coming.
Okay, so
for proper legal analysis and for a bunch of people listening. Twitter is not and was not a governmental agency. They therefore were either a private company or they were a public company, and their responsibility is to their shareholders. Their argument, if this ever went in front of court, would be that this was best for shareholders to maximize profits with ad revenue, given the major demographic of Twitter users. They did not. They are allowed to censor whatever they want. The question of whether they lose Section 230 protection for being a publisher is a separate question. Whether Jack Dorsey lied in court in Congress is a different question. But it is patently not illegal what they did, fortunately or unfortunately.
Mike, another question I have for you, Fidgetal. How about their claims that they were not censoring? If there were such claims, would that be misleading investors or misleading their customers?
Well, that would be the question.
Regulators?
It'd be the question of damage, right? So misleading regulators seems like that's an obvious one that occurred, right? That's a different kind of crime. I believe Grant was asking, and most people are
41
asking.
Here.
Yeah, 41 is out.
Go ahead.
All right. If actually, okay. Meanwhile, there are multiple instances of involving pro-Biden tweets warning Trump may try to steal the election that got surfaced only to be approved by senior executives. This one, they decide, just expresses concern that mail-in ballots might not make it on time. And this is some guy saying, quote tweeting ABC News, of the, what is this? The Chief John Roberts has administered the judicial oath to Amy Coney Barrett, who officially joins the Supreme Court. She replaces Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And this person, Elijah Daniel, quote tweets that tweet and says, "This is so disgusting and terrifying. They're going to try to steal the election. You have 1 week. If you haven't voted yet, don't mail, drop it off and vote early. If you can't vote, make sure that your family, unless they're Trump supporters, just let them forget." So hashtag vote them out. So that tweet was allowed. That was totally allowed because a leftist tweeted it, even though it's probably worse, it's arguably worse than what Trump tweeted out. So it's okay for him to say that. It's okay for him to say, don't do mail-in ballots, guys. Actually go out there and vote, and they're going to steal the election. That's fine. If you're a leftist, you can totally tweet shit like that out. That's fine.
And just for clarity, so this is my takeaways. First of all, it's getting really hard to argue in Twitter's favor as these things come out. Besides for that legal factual basis of the fact that it was not illegal, disheartening and immoral, probably. But what I'm taking away from here is the left government entities made requests to Twitter to take down things. Twitter, most egregiously, not only took down stuff that was requested, but was actively looking to take down things that were left unfavorable, i.e. that would impact the election in Trump's favor or against Trump's disfavor. And it sounds like that the Republican Party, nobody made any requests to Twitter ever.
That's insane. Yeah, that's surprising.
But they said Republicans were fascists.
Yeah, funny, Brian. Yeah, Eric Bowling has just joined us. So yeah, you can speak if you want to, Eric.
Otherwise, Eric, you're muted. Yeah, Lala, Ari, you can jump in as well. By the way, Stephen, check your DM. Go ahead, sorry,
I
Lala.
did have a question.
Eric's speaking,
Eric, go ahead, Eric.
Allow me to just, I apologize. I wanted to let you know this group is amazing. And Ian was on with my show yesterday, and he's on again tonight. You want to check it out. And for me, the takeaway here isn't whether or not what Twitter was doing was technically legal or illegal. The takeaway is that Twitter is other social media entities hide behind the Section 230 rules of kind of a prophylactic protection against some litigations. Well, if that's going to be the case, it should be used evenly across all sectors of the American public or the world public, really, or anyone who may be interested in suing an entity like Twitter, Facebook, etc. If not, then they certainly should be able to pick and choose who they want to shadow ban or censor, but don't hide behind these Section 230. We all know, given the choice, they would remain part of the blanket umbrella under Section 230, then stop doing some of the things they're doing. And Ian, just want to let everyone know, Ian had some really concise, cogent comments on that, and inviting you and everyone else to watch it tonight. But and Mario, got to get you on too, my friend. But thank you guys for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you dropping in. Tom, how are you? Tom, you there?
Tom, welcome back.
Tom is just too
Yeah, hey,
devastated
how are
by
you?
this news.
Tom, did you see the latest drops?
I have. I've been looking at them very carefully. This is pretty astonishing information. You have the FBI
working with Twitter to target FBI. I think FBI just tried to call you. I think.
Yeah. The FBI targeting conservatives for censorship through Twitter. And that raises a host of potential legal questions for those who have been subject to such censorship. I know similarly in California, I know Twitter was being used by the California Secretary of State's office. Similarly, they persuaded YouTube to take down a Judicial Watch video. And we sued the California Secretary of State on that YouTube censorship. So I can imagine similar lawsuits could be in the offing here. And then we see basically that President Trump was taken off of Twitter for no good reason. It's pretty clear that they punished him because they didn't like his tweets over a series of 4 years, and he didn't have any tweets that required suspension. And thirdly, you have President Trump being censored and suppressed, again, for no good reason, fair tweets about election controversies in the days before the election. And I just saw that one of my tweets pops up, or there's a reference to a tweet because a congressman dared to retweet me, and they wanted to punish the congressman somehow for doing so. And I know that I was targeted as well, simply because my tweets were constantly suppressed, even though I was posting material on election controversies that were completely accurate and well-founded. And Judicial Watch is a national election law expert, so we have been around the block many times on these issues. And for Twitter to start targeting us just showed how partisan and ideological they were. It was so bad that when I would tweet New York Times stories, they would actually censor the New York Times stories. That's how desperate they were to control the conversation. And I tell you, if we had a Justice Department we could trust, there'd be a criminal investigation going on to what went on here.
Thank you, Tom. We're backed up a little bit. We got 42 and 43 that just came in. I'll rattle off 42 quick, and then I'll hand it over to Ian. That's understandable in all caps. Even the hashtag steal our votes, referencing a theory that a combo of Amy Coney Barrett and Trump will steal the election is approved by Twitter brass because it's quote unquote understandable and a quote unquote reference to a U.S. Supreme Court decision, end quote, with a few screenshots there. Ian?
Yeah, I'll carry on from here. So it's just some random blue check mark, some guy named Dumbass Genius. I guess he's a dumbass. He's not really a genius, claiming that Amy Coney Barrett is going to steal our votes. And, it's nonsense, right? It's a conspiracy theory on the left. It's what we call blue anon. And they're having a little conversation here in the chat and saying, Yoel Roth says, not seeing the violation here. So he didn't see the violation. He didn't see anything wrong with them saying, with the Democrats claiming ridiculously that Trump and Amy Coney Barrett are going to steal the election. Nothing wrong with that. That's fine to tweet. That's fine to put that out there. It's insane shit. And he puts that out there, and then another guy tries to justify it, says, that's understandable. I believe it's a reference to a Supreme Court decision on processing mail-in ballots that arrive on Election Day. Total nonsense. And number 43 says, in this exchange, again, unintentionally humorous, former Attorney General Eric Holder claimed that the U.S. Postal Service was deliberately crippled, ostensibly by the Trump administration. Again, that's nonsense. That never happened, right? He was initially, correctly, hit with a generic warning label, but it was quickly taken off by Yoel Roth. So Eric Holder, in his genius, tweeted, it's too late to use the mails given the Supreme Court rulings. I urge everyone to now vote in person, early vote, or use drop-in boxes. Protect your health, but don't let the court and deliberately crippled Postal Service deprive you of your most precious civil right. Plan your vote. And then, Yoel Roth actually removed a warning from that tweet. So it's a very one-sided way of applying the rules and regulations here. Number 44 is also out. I shall read that as well, if this actually loads properly. Okay, here we go. 44. Later in November 2020, Joel Roth asked if the staff had a debunk moment on the SCYTL or Smartmantic vote counting stories, which his DHS contacts told him were a combination of about 47 conspiracy theories. So the DHS referred to it in a call today, sadly not public, as a combination of about 47 different conspiracy theories. So hopefully there's stuff out there. So he wanted to suppress any reporting on the Smartmatic vote counting conspiracies. He didn't really have evidence for it, right? He was just told, oh, it's just conspiracy theory. Now, whether it is or isn't, kind of, you need the facts to claim that it is. So he didn't have any of the facts, and he was ready to debunk it, right? He was ready to shut it down. That's the process, just they assume something is either true or false based on their preconceived biases or biases.
Yeah, absolutely. This whole tale. As more comes out, I just keep thinking of the narrative of these guys selectively enforcing terms of service, with having a predetermined narrative and predetermined outcome already in mind, and that's all that we're seeing here, confirmed over and over and over again. Ari, you've had your hand up for a bit. What's up?
Yeah, I have to pop out of here pretty soon, but I just wanted to say thank you for having me up. And I just wanted to quickly, say thanks for bringing up Rose. And I know that was a while back, but, I want to point out the hypocrisy that people like Yoel Roth and Vijaya Gaddy and the people that were clearly in charge over there they were virtue signaling and pretending to care about marginalized people and victims, but they turned their back on Rose McGowan when she stood up against Harvey Weinstein. And that's why I invited her to the room, because so many elites in Hollywood and people in power at the different platforms, they grifted off of Rose's story. They took over the hashtag Me Too. And, but people like Rose, I really encourage everybody to learn her story, because we need a culture of people who stand up to bullies and to powerful people that simply silence others. And, Rose McGowan responded to a DM I sent her when I was hopeless and shattered after Taylor Lorenz and the New York Times tried to destroy my life. So anyway, I just wanted to say thanks for having me up here. And
thanks, Ari.
That's all.
Appreciate being here. Lala, jump in.
Ari.
45 is out. 45 is out.
Oh, shit. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. On December 10th, as Trump was in the middle of firing off 25 tweets saying things like, a coup is taking place in front of our eyes, Twitter executives announced a new L3 de-amplification tool. So a new shadow banning tool. They introduced this. It's very new. Designed it just for Trump. This step meant adding a warning label now could also come with de-amplification. So previously, when they were shadow banning people, it had to be a separate process, right? You would just add a warning, but it didn't necessarily de-amplify something. So Patrick Conlon, he was one of the engineers here, he tweeted, or rather sent in a Slack chat, hello, everyone. I wanted to give you an update on some of our enforcement options for tweets containing a civic misinfo that we've seen. It's been decided that the tweets that we have manually reviewed and determined need a label now, that will need a label now to be subject to L3, level 3, de-amplification, further restricting the extent to which that tweet can be shared. The current batch of entity IDs will soon be used for automated labeling work, but I've now created a new batch of new entity IDs for the labels that we'll be using for the most during the past couple of weeks. Labels that we've only rarely used or have been deprecated already haven't gotten an L3 update. If there's a moment we need an L3 version on one of those labels, so please flag it to Matt Graydon or myself, or to find the new L3 entity IDs. And this is a new way for them to shadow ban people. And number 46 is out as well. Some executives wanted to use the new de-amplification tool because you want to play your new toys, right? To silently limit Trump's reach more right away. Beginning with the following tweet, and this tweet was Donald Trump tweeting out a video saying Trump got 11 million more votes, and it's a Jim Jordan video that he had put out. And they added a little thing there, a little warning to it. Stay informed. This claim about election fraud is disputed. And this is just Jim Jordan sharing his thoughts. There's nothing in that video, I've seen it before, nothing in that video that said the vote was stolen, nothing like that. It was just talking about how Trump had 11 million more votes, and why is it that he didn't win, right? It's just asking questions. Well, they used that to de-amplify him, to silently shadow ban him right away. without any sort of long due, like process. They didn't have to walk themselves through it, try to figure out, is this something we shadow ban? Is this something we just add a warning to? No, they just straight away wanted to shadow ban him, and that's exactly what they were doing.
Ian, it seems to me the big takeaway off of this last round here is that the distinct sort of shadow banning that they're referring to as visibility filtering was solely kind of conceived for Trump, right?
That would be correct. Yeah, they used Trump as an excuse, basically, to push out this new tool, right? This tool to shadow ban people permanently, to make sure that none of their tweets get any sort of engagement. This is something they introduced during his time, and then they used it afterwards, subsequently, on everybody else. And number 47's out. However, in the end, the team had to use older, less aggressive labeling tools, at least for that one day, until L3 entities went live the following morning. So they eventually did roll it out the next day. So not for that tweet. That tweet was, still got some traction. That was fine. But they wanted further, more powerful ways of shadow banning people without people even realizing what was going on.
So these people behind the scenes were just operating based on their own personal bias, right?
Yep. That's basically it.
And instructions they were receiving.
Instructions.
But that doesn't seem like they were pressured based on the DMs.
Yeah,
No,
right.
They weren't necessarily
pressured all the time. Yeah, like they went along with it. They were fine with shutting people down because hey, it works out for them, right? They agree with it. They agree to censorship. All the DHS has to do is just say, hey, we're nudging you in the right direction, and they'll be like, yeah, you're totally right. We'll just do it. Hey, Cap.
Yep.
Oh, number 48 is out, so I'm going to read that first. The significance is that it shows that Twitter, in 2020 at least, was deploying a vast range of visible and invisible tools to rein in Trump's engagement long before January 6th. The ban will come after other avenues are exhausted. So they were finding as much as they could, right? They're finding as many ways as they could to suppress Trump's reach. They didn't want anybody to see his tweets.
Yeah, they were taking whatever creative liberty they could possibly concede. And a lot of these screenshots that we're showing of the correspondences between these fellas really is indicative of that. They're almost just kind of like brainstorming sessions on all the different creative ways they can thwart and censor and limit the reach of the former president. Wouldn't you say that's accurate?
Yeah. Hey, Tom, you got a hand up. Go ahead and speak.
Yeah, it occurred to me that we should respond to the spin that this is the Trump administration operating here. And I think the context has to be explained here. The Trump administration officials were frightened into this process of trying to control speech related to the elections as a result of the Russia collusion lies that were sold to them and the American people from 2016. So to follow up on that and to protect themselves from personal criticism, they authorized their agencies to engage with big tech platforms to censor American citizens. And it's unacceptable and inexcusable. And just because the Trump administration did it doesn't make it right. And those officials running the agencies at the time need to be held accountable. Mr. Wray, I forget who was running DHS at the time. At one point, I guess it was Wolf during that time. Why were they telling, it looks like, what were they meeting with Twitter and other companies for? And why were they authorizing their people to persuade Twitter and other big tech companies to censor Americans? I mean, this is a civil rights. Yeah, this is a civil rights scandal of unprecedented proportions.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Ian.
Oh, Piotr, you have your hand up. You had your hand up for a while. You want to, yeah.
No, I just wanted to take a minute to say again, I mean, look, being in DC, you have a very predominant narrative out here, right? It's very left-leaning. It's very Democrat-heavy. And I think that this once and for all is going to really have some serious repercussions here about the conversations that are being had about hypocrisy of the far left, particularly the progressives, and the certain narrative that they push that there's a concern about censorship or oppression of people from different backgrounds because of X, Y, and Z. Well, the far left quite clearly, or people from in this position in the tech role in San Francisco.
Your mic is hitting Your mic is hitting
Sorry,
something.
is that
Phil.
better? Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
host
it's
it.
better now.
Yeah. So no, I'm just saying that I think this is going to have serious conversations, and we need to be able to move past this sort of pointing fingers at X, Y, and Z side and look better within themselves, because it's just I mean, looking through these tweets, particularly I don't align with Trump personally, but no suppression of people is good, because that undermines your arguments significantly. And to what Tom was saying as well, I mean, this is really serious, and I think we're going to have to have some proper serious conversations, reflections in the next few days.
Guys, do you think? Yes, sorry. Do you think? By the way, I'm sending Catherine. I'm sending you a co-host invite if it works to accept it, just so we have another spot for a speaker. But do you guys think that there was any? And this is me speculating, so we don't know. But is there any indication of collusion between different social media platforms? Anyone?
Is there any proof of
there's been testimony about that before Congress.
Yeah,
They've
I was going to say.
I forget. I think Zuckerberg admitted that they talked with each other, or maybe Jack did.
So it'd be interesting to see if would be interesting to see if in this drop we'll see messages between Twitter and Meta employees or Twitter and Google.
Could be a future drop.
I've read something about LinkedIn and Twitter before, so I think maybe looking at that, because they've both been hacked in their past, and so they sort of shared certain policy guidelines.
Yeah, I think
there's probably going to be a lot of evidence coming out in the coming days or weeks.
49 is out.
Oh, okay. Oh boy, it's fast compared to the other day. Let's see. 49, you said?
Yep.
Yeah, 49 just dropped.
Oh, yeah, and I missed 48 too. Okay, so it says in 48, the significance is that it shows that Twitter in 2020 was at least deploying a vast range of visible and invisible tools to rein in Trump's engagement long before J6. The ban will come after other avenues are exhausted. Number 49 is, in Twitter docs, executives frequently refer to bots, for example. Let's put a bot on that. So a bot is just an automated heuristic moderation rule. It can be anything. It can be a time a person in Brazil uses green and blob in the same sentence, and an action might be taken. So they used a lot of automation tools to suppress conservatives, right? They didn't just do it by hand. They would basically just wait for something to happen and put a bunch of flags on it, right? It's pretty easy to set up a bot. You can do this in any number of programming, scripting tools. Essentially, if you treated certain words, learn to code, right? You tweet learn to code, and suddenly you're suspended. That was the thing they did for a while, and I hope that would be one of the next drops, because I'm really curious to see what decision making went behind that one.
Interesting. Hey, it's John Nosta. Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back.
Thanks, John. Good to have you back.
I see Tom Fitton is in here. I just want to raise this issue because I think it's falling between the cracks. I believe there's a disproportionate number of FBI and CIA people on the Twitter payroll. I think that is, as I've tweeted, a human resources slush fund. Now, not only talking about chief counsel and the overt malfeasance that's going on there, I think that it would be very interesting to take a look at the work history of the high number of people that I believe were sort of inculcated into Twitter as an active role, but also as a parking lot between jobs.
I agree with you. We'll get on to that.
Number 50
Number
is
50 is out. Yeah. In this
Yeah,
instance, we're talking about bots here. Yep. It appears moderators added a bot for a Trump claim made on Breitbart. The bot ends up becoming an automated tool invisibly watching both Trump and apparently Breitbart. Trump by J6 was quickly covered in bots. So basically, they found like a really effective way of suppressing everything that he said, right?
Wow.
And this, that's what they did.
Big.
They shattered the crap out of him. And the example here is the video from Breitbart that says, Trump, if we don't root out alleged voter fraud, then we don't have a country anymore. So there's evidence of them putting it here. They said, hey, team, going to add a fraud label on this. Claim a fraud at about 40 seconds in video. Yep, replies Stuart Roth. We'll also add a media ID to the bot. So anybody posting this video, right, a media ID is basically a way to detect your metadata. So if you re-upload the same video, it's got the same file data, it will be suppressed. That's how they got it. Like certain memes, for instance, got you suspended for tweeting it out. I can attest to that personally. Number 51, there is no way to follow the frenzied exchanges among Twitter personnel between January 6 and 8 without knowing the basics of the company's vast lexicon of acronyms and Orwellian unwords. So these guys were speaking in code, right? Just looking through this, for example, number 52, for instance, he goes, to bounce an account is to put it in timeout, usually for 12 hours or review or cool off. So when they say we're going to bounce this account, that means that you're going to put you on a timeout, like a 12-hour suspension.
And that gives you plausible deniability if
Correct,
you
yeah.
create language,
Yep.
right?
So
that's right. Yeah, we're just
I
bouncing
just
it.
checked on
Link to
sorry.
Breitbart. Yeah, they link
No.
to Breitbart, and you can roll it off in the DMs here. The Slack chat says that give a heads up to folks, give it another few minutes, then proceed with bouncing. So they're going out of their way to suppress Breitbart News, which is a journalistic news website, conservative news website, and they use that to bounce it. Incredible.
These guys are the most unfun hall monitors ever.
Mm-hmm.
I sent. I did it. I want to get the audience's opinion about the collusion. Audience, I've just tweeted and I've pinned it above. If you think Twitter colluded with other social media platforms, probably should have made it into a poll. Would have been easier. But you can comment there.
Why
Piotr,
don't you
what
just
did
redo it? Redo it and make it a poll. Be better. It's only 2 minutes out.
Great idea.
Yeah.
I'll
yes
do.
no.
I'll do it now.
Yeah.
Piotr,
Or just make it.
you were about to say something?
I just wanted to make one quick point. So I'll shut up because I know I talk about. But no, I think because I've been shadow banned on Instagram, and I mean Instagram Meta, it's more left leaning now. But as I say, I'm pretty centrist on my opinions. But I'm pretty sure that there are certain features or certain things. I think the big tech companies tend to have like a certain sort of unofficial sort of set of guidelines. I am like completely speculating here, but from what I understand from people who work in Silicon Valley and that sort of thing, there's a fair amount of overlap in terms of people rotate a lot, right? It's a rotating door, so people go from Snapchat to Instagram to Facebook to LinkedIn. It's all sort of happy-go-dory sort of exchange of ideas and values. So I'm pretty sure that they take some sort of like a handbook of sort of principles and thoughts.
Okay, number 53 is out. So yeah. He goes, interstitial, one of the many nouns used as a verb in Twitter speak. Denialist is another. Means placing a physical label atop a tweet so it can't be seen. Interesting. So that's an interstitial, right? And I just added Dr. Rolligator. I guess he's a pretty popular guy. He's in the chat now. So if he wants to speak, he can.
Yeah. There's actually just something I wanted to bring up. People are going to remember this when I mention it, but that might not have stuck in their memory. Before the election, they turned on a feature that changed the way that retweets worked, and you couldn't retweet directly anymore. You could only do a quote tweet. And what happened was they decided to tell all of the tech outlets where they had friends that they were doing this and how to get around it. Because if you did not fill out any content on the quote tweet, then it would just be a regular retweet. So what wound up happening is people who weren't aware of this would wind up turning the original retweets into onions. So you'd have to go several layers down through the quote tweets to find the original shared content, which was able to further slow the spread of news that they didn't want to spread. Whereas the regular news outlets could, tweet to their main line, and everything would be flowing just fine. And since they were explaining this to people who were reading the tech platforms like Verge and other outlet, Mashable and other outlets like that, they were explaining how to get around this. That meant that their stories could spread, more regularly. And what people were doing was they didn't want to put a quote when they tweeted. They just wanted to retweet. So most of the tweets wound up being just a period to put something there so that they could get the tweet out. But that created onion layers where you'd have to delve several layers deep in order to get to the original tweet, unless it was the original quote tweet. And they turned that off sometime, I think, late December, and said that their experiment was over, and the results were that most people didn't understand what was going on. Whoops. So I just wanted to bring that up in case anyone had forgotten it, because that's another way that they were controlling mechanisms without violating any, people violating rules. They were just confusing the users, but telling some users how the game worked.
I do recall that, and 55 is out. It says, this is all necessary background to January 6th. Before the riots, the company was engaged in an inherently insane/impossible project trying to create an ever-expanding ostensibility rational set of rules to regulate every conceivable speech situation that might arise between humans. Okay. And then there's just a follow-up tweet that just happened seconds ago. This project was preposterous, yet its leaders were unable to see this. having become infected with groupthink, coming to believe sincerely that this was Twitter's responsibility to control as much as possible what people could talk about, how often, and with whom. What do you think, Mario?
This is insane, man. And I'm inviting. I'm seeing it. I'm going through the audience to see who's listening, and it's just nice to see people from both sides of the aisle listening to this.
Vivek here. He's got a lot of insights into how corporations work. So go ahead and speak.
You talking to me? Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, somebody pinged me to join this, and I'm really enjoying the discussion. I mean, I think that the biggest part of this story remains, and I think, there's a lot of smaller aspects to it that have come out, but the biggest part of the story remains the lurking state action, right? The idea that now the reality that governments are working with these companies to do their dirty work through the back door that the government could not get done through the front door under the Constitution. I first wrote that up in the Wall Street Journal in January of 2021, and it was dismissed as a conspiracy theory. I think that the purpose of writing about it was to warn about the most flagrant kind of constitutional violation of all, the kind that would go undetected. Because you know what? Vladimir Putin, if he wants to shut something down, he'll just shut it down directly. But in the U.S., if you're able to use the private company as an avatar, as a Trojan horse, to be able to do your dirty work instead, it's more likely to go undetected. And I'm sorry to say, it looks like as the more we're seeing come out in recent weeks, the more it looks like that piece back in January of 2021 was interpreted not as a warning, but as a how-to guide, because it has been far worse than I ever imagined. And I see a lot of the arguments that people have been making on Twitter and elsewhere suggesting that, well, just because the government told you to doesn't mean that it was coordination, doesn't mean that it was necessarily unconstitutional. And actually, not to bore everyone and put everyone to sleep with the legal angle on this, but the Supreme Court's actually been pretty clear about what are the three things that comprise state action. It's either if you're responding to a threat, or if you're responding to an inducement, so that's either a stick or a carrot, or if you're engaged in what they call willful participation in a joint activity. And if you look at some of those files that Taibbi dropped tonight, look at the repeated pattern of coordination. That is willful participation in a joint activity, not to mention the responsiveness to implicit threats. And so I just think that's by far the most important dimension of this, and by far the most legally impactful one that, as much as we might say something about the rest of what we saw from Barry Weiss's posts about, knowingly shadow banning or whatever. I mean, those are revealing too. I think the state action element of this is the one that has by far the most Richter scale of 9 legal and constitutional implications.
Yeah, but the interference, if you want to call it that, of the FBI with Twitter, the only evidence of that we see is when they told them to take down tweets, or suggested they take down tweets related to misinformation around mail-in voting. So the FBI has a job of protecting American elections, and that includes stopping misinformation that could impact an election. So I would beg to differ that.
Okay, hold on a second. So just to you're wrong, because Jen Psaki called for social media companies to collaborate on banning people from all social media platforms. So there was definitely she publicly called for it.
Ian, one step better on that. Go ahead. I just wanted to include one more example, and then definitely want to hear the counter view. But just the most egregious example, I think, was actually White House officials directing Twitter executives in a private meeting in the White House, Andy Slavitt, White House advisor, specifically naming individuals like Alex Berenson, that they specifically pressured a private company to remove critics of the government. So if the First Amendment was intended to do one thing, it was intended to allow citizens to criticize their own government. Like, that was the number one thing this was meant for, is you couldn't do it in the ancient, in old England, in old monarchy. But here you could criticize the government and you were free to do it. And yet here was the White House directly pressuring, and there's internal documentation at Twitter now released showing that they were responsive to that pressure, pressuring a private company to silence not just general critics of the government, but specific critics of the government by name. And if there was exactly one thing the founders and the framers of the First Amendment worried about, that was it. And I think that so I want to hear the counter view on this, because there were different degrees of pressure, but to me that's the most egregious form, and everything else is just different in degree, not in kind.
Yeah, I don't have any counter to that because I don't know enough information about that case you're talking about. I'm just talking about what we've seen tonight. I don't see any pressure by the FBI on Twitter to do anything other than remove what they consider misinformation around mail-in voting and some inaccurate details that were provided in tweets. So I agree with what you said there, Vivek, but I'm just talking about what's happening with this information we're seeing tonight.
By the way, Ian, you mentioned there's another drop, Ian?
Yeah, there's another drop.
We're getting backed up here.
I'm going to read the drop, and then I want to let Tom Fitton speak, okay?
Yeah, agree. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, so number 56, and this is done sort of like out of order. He did this by accident. Number 56, it says, the panic first breaks out on G6. There's a fair share of WTF-style posts mixed in with frantic calls to Twitter to start deploying the full arsenal of moderation tools. What is the right remediation? Do we have interstitial in the video? Asks one employee in despair, and that's some random guy. Because they're freaking out, right? They had no idea whether it was okay to post. This is a Kyle Becker tweet that was showing a video of a person being shot on Capitol Hill. So they're freaking out about that one. They wanted to suppress it. They're not sure what to do with it. And then number 57, the firm's executives on day one of January 6th crisis at least tried to pay lip service to its dizzying array of rules. By day 2, they begin wavering. And by day 3, 1 million rules were reduced to 1. What we say goes. Okay, and number 57, it's another number 57, I guess. Wow, what the hell, dude? Like, he doesn't know how to count. Matt Taibbi doesn't know how to count. This freedom or deaf tweet by Mike Kudry from hashtag Stop the Steal elicits heated reactions, and he's tweeting about what happens today determines the next 100 years for a country, freedom or death. I mean, it's pretty hyperbolic. And number 58, Yoel Roth groans about Kudry, says, this asshole. But this seems to be determined to stick at least somewhat superficially to the rules, itching to act if this constitutes incitement. And then he says, he links the tweet and says he's on his last strike for 3 different policies. If this constitutes incitement, I will permanently suspend him or PS him. Yep. So 59. At 2:39 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, a comms official asked Roth to confirm or deny a story that date restricted Trump's ability to tweet. Roth says, we have not. So this is him responding to somebody internally to see if they prevented Trump from tweeting anything. So I would like for Tom to speak now.
Thank you. Look, I'm no lawyer. But I've had more experience than I care to admit to with respect to the FBI's operations and what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. What they're not allowed to do is to initiate investigations into American citizens based on their First Amendment protected speech. And then even worse, take official action to persuade and punish them through a third party or a private party. So what we're having here being put out before the American people is evidence of FBI criminality targeting the civil rights of American citizens. There's no legal justification for the FBI to investigate you or me for our tweets unless the tweet is it's been brought to their attention, A, and it's obviously a violation of law, meaning I'm calling for someone to be killed or something like that. But other than that, the idea that the FBI would target anyone over opinions and facts about election controversies is just beyond incredible in terms of being violative of pretty much every notion we have of how the FBI is supposed to operate and how our rights are supposed to be protected by the federal government. So there's just no way over that. And, one of the things I think worth noting, if I could just briefly mention, is those 3 censors from the Twitter and Safety Council that resigned today, the leftists. And they talked about how excited they were that Twitter safety moved beyond the U.S.-centric views of safety, right? And I think that's important to note because it's not just Twitter doing it, but Facebook and YouTube. They've moved beyond the United States' understanding, America's understanding of free speech in the First Amendment. And they've taken on this transnational progressive view of speech, which is essentially hostile to speech that gets in the way of their agenda. So that's something to look out for. They don't consider themselves to be defenders of the American way when it comes to free speech. You see that in Facebook with their oversight board, which has spent more time trying to vindicate the rights of foreign nationals with respect to Facebook than anything they're doing here in the United States. And so that's something I think we should all be paying attention to. Thank you.
Can I piggyback off of that very quickly?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, thanks. Just from the European perspective, and I'm not talking for the entirety of Europe. I mean, there's 40 different countries, very different. But, there is a much stronger left-leaning element there. You've got some, I wouldn't say they're full socialists, but you've got very socialistic-esque parties in power in certain countries. And if, what that FBI thing is even, we begin to break that down and understand the intricate details of that. That is like, for anyone listening, 1984 policing, not just sort of trying to influence your speech, literally trying to police the very words that you can use, the very way that you can formulate things. Think of the specific segment where you don't need any more sort of words to describe things in an intricately extravagant way, just good, not good. Basically, your language is limited. And you can only use certain phrasing for very specific contexts and in very specific times. And as someone who is first and foremost about freedom of speech, that's quite scary that the FBI can even be on that. So, yeah, sorry, I'm at the gym, so I'll shut up.
You guys, at what point do we entertain looking at the biggest social media companies in the world, like utilities, and in terms of putting some very basic regulations on them to protect citizens' most basic civil liberties?
We don't want any government involvement in this because that's what led to all this censorship to begin with.
How so? Can you be very targeted on that?
So when we go into regulation, we can think back to internet as utility. So the net neutrality back in 2017, where people were freaking out because the government all these tech companies were going private and all of this, and they wanted the internet to be a utility. But history has proven that you can't trust the government with using these utilities against their own people, where if we tried to nationalize all these social media sites, that's basically what it is, nationalizing these social media sites, considering them a utility. The more government involved with Twitter itself.
So how do we protect, this is true, but how do we protect these kind of fundamentals? We're sort of at the mercy of whoever the owner of any given social media company.
Mm-hmm.
We're sort of at the mercy of them being sort of, good-willed and kind of going along with these kind of principles and ideals that we share. But if they don't, or, they're human beings, that's gone. So how do we protect that?
You guys, let's put a bookmark in it. I'd love. Let's extrapolate on this further right after we get through the couple new drops here. This theme of policy perhaps being stressed by queries from communications executives who themselves have to answer the public's questions occasionally appears. 2 days later, you see chatter about pulling comms out of the loop, and then again, there's a screenshot of a few folks on the safety integrity board going back and forth. We are already getting questions about conspiracy theories and our enforcement process all the time. Not a wait and see thing. And by the way, that person's name is redacted. The second person is Lauren Culbertson. She says, let's talk about that, but we need to hammer that out in ahead of an emergency and evolving situation. Redacted responds respectfully. It needs to be your team doing so holistically, to which Lauren responds, I don't think it's wise to reach out to comms folks proactively on this. Followed by number 61 now from Matt Taibbi. The first company-wide email from GAD on January 6th announced that 3 Trump tweets had been bounced, but more importantly, signaled a determination to use legit violations, quote unquote violations, as a guide for any possible permanent suspensions. And then we got a screenshot there from the email to I don't know, Ian. Do you want to take it from here?
What number are we on? I mean, what?
So we're on numbers. We're on the screenshot of number 61 of a screenshot of an email there.
Okay. Yeah. So they're basically talking about in this email. I just read it. They're talking about how they banned Trump for 12 hours, right? And they removed his tweets. They also tweeted here. We have also tweeted so there's transparency in our actions and making it clear that future violations of the Twitter rules will result in a permanent suspension. Thanks, Vijaya. So this is from Vijaya Gad, who gave them instructions on what to do exactly. This is a company-wide email. Number 62, quote, what the actual fuck? Safe to say, Trump's go home and love and peace tweet mid-riot didn't go well over at Twitter HQ. They were not expecting him to say that because Trump tweeted, and this is a screenshot of Trump's tweet, where he says, there are things and events that happen when a sacred landslide victory election is unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. So he's telling people to get the fuck out of the Capitol, right? And they're having a little meltdown about this inside of Twitter, where Patrick Conlon says, what the actual fuck? Can this go to staff too? I'm labeling this now. And Yolroff replies, yes. Patrick Conlon replies, says, sorry, I actually got emotionally angry seeing that. Turns out I'm not a full robot. Who knew? And then someone else replies, and his name is redacted, says, it's gut-wrenching. He's a horrible human being. So they were like literally having conniptions over about Trump in the private Slack chat while deciding how to run the platform. I mean, I forget who it was who said that, you can't let your emotions get ahead of you because then you'll make bad decisions. And that's exactly what they did. They made a bad decision because they're all having a little, baby hissy fit over inside of the room instead of just, controlling their emotions. So that's where we are right now, where basically we're run by babies.
Yeah, I'm annoyed. I'll give Mike to George. I'm annoyed about one thing with today's jobs. Like I was hoping we'll see a bit more bipartisan action from both sides of the aisle. Instead, we saw it even lean more targeted towards the right. George, I saw you unmute. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's time to draw the principles here. So if I can just pull back a little bit to 30,000 feet, you guys are doing a great job with the details and naming some of the principles. But I just wanted to sum up for the listeners and anybody who joined lately. We almost don't need any more. Yes, we need full documentation of what's going on and all that. But it's very clear that what we're seeing here is the widespread and arbitrary, and as just mentioned, emotional suppression of opposing views by admittedly a private entity, but under the strong influence of government entities. And covered up, I'd love to hear some of the lawyers here talk about it, covered up by a widespread deception and misrepresentation about it to Congress, to the stockholders, to the Twitter users. There's outright fraud going on. They're just lying about it through their teeth. And they probably had a right to do a lot of it, but it's the way they did it. It's the arbitrariness, it's the deceptiveness, and it's the misrepresentation that we're having a problem with here. And now they can come up with another 150 tweets in the Twitter files, but those are the principles. That's been established beyond a doubt.
Well, you said they probably had the right to do it. And I think that's an interesting point, because if from a legal perspective, if they have the right to do it, what's changing this? Because we could talk about this, whether it's right or wrong.
Transparency. I think transparency is what's needed.
But where does that come from? Where does that transparency come from if it's not, say, regulated? Because, say, we don't want more government interference. Okay, fine. But then where does the transparency sort of come from?
Well, Elon says he wants to... I'm sorry.
Well, he says that. Well, okay, no, that's fine. But he says he wants transparency. But what guarantees? Like, we can trust Elon, but trust is trust,
Well, there are mechanisms to do that. There are overseers. There are ways he can build that in. He can build in checks and balances and ways he can't
That's what I
cheat.
want to see happen.
These need to be invented.
Yeah.
And just because we haven't we can't invent them necessarily on the spot. But there are many ways to solve problems. Some of which are prohibitions called regulations and laws. I think a lot of us don't want to see that, but we want to see the sunlight, the transparency and all that stuff. And that will go a long way,
Well, to me, that would have to come from innovation, right? And the mechanism.
Yes.
So it's okay. He doesn't have to have to come up with that,
right.
Today, but it does need to happen. Yeah.
Yeah. And we're seeing the beginnings of it. I don't know how many of you are on the Twitter, what is it called? Community Notes thing. I've just been admitted to it. And I got it. I've been on it for 2 weeks, just achieved the level where I can actually write the notes. And I got to tell you, I am impressed as hell about it. It's a relatively new program. And I don't want to take us off on another tangent, but just to mention the principle that the curation among the community, the users, the hive mind, whatever you want to call it, is really, really being done conscientiously and clearly and carefully and wonderfully. I'm impressed. I came with a great deal of skepticism about it, but it is really good, and it's going to get better because it's new. It's going to keep getting improved.
Can I add something to the community notes thing real quick?
Sure.
So I'm in a Discord server with a bunch of the Twitter developers and some of the top community notes writers about developing the program. We've been in the server for since it rolled out, basically, just giving them feedback and all of that. And some of the stuff said in the server and kind of the people that were giving feedback, it takes a lot of pushback because a lot of these, the diversity of perspectives issue within the actual program, many of the users that are pretty prominent, pretty successful within the community notes feature had a problem with that because the way they view the right wing is that we're all conspiracy theorists and their perspective shouldn't be considered at all. Luckily, the battle of ideas is able to be fought within this Discord server, and the people over at Twitter that are left in the program have took a hardline stand saying, no, this diversity of perspectives is probably the most important feature. Taylor Lorenz, lover or hater, she wrote a pretty balanced article about this in the Huffington Post where she somehow got access to a bunch of the files within the server and wrote up pretty fair piece. I know a lot of people don't like her, but worth the read there. And that kind of goes into kind of the debate that I was having where I had posted in the server that the only way Elon Musk is going to ban this feature is if it became partisan or unreliable. And so far, just the way that the algorithm has been formed within that, it's been pretty successful putting out truth. Yeah. It's not flawless yet, but it's a lot better than more trustworthy than Facebook or any other fact check.
I see a wide diversity of opinion that's backed up by, the norm is you got to give sources, you got to give links, you got to give, and the reliability of those sources. Now, Mario, I don't know if I've kind of taken us off into more solutions then, and that may not be the purpose of this discussion. So I apologize if I did so.
I appreciate touching on that. And Ian, do we have any hints so far from the drops about what could be coming in at the next drop? I know the drops are not finished, so that we could be seeing
they're
more.
Definitely not finished. It seems like he might be finished very soon. It's been going on for like 2 hours now, right? There's no way it's just going to keep going. But it looks like tomorrow we're going to see another drop from, what's his face, Schellenberger. He's going to be covering a different story, and as is Barry Weiss on Sunday. So we're going to see more stuff. Not really sure exactly what they're going to be talking about. I doubt it's going to be the same as this topic. I think Matt Taibbi is focused mostly on January 6th and their suppression of Trump. Basically, what he's doing right now he's setting us up with a framework to understand how the moderation works. Because, yeah, this drop is kind of boring right now. It's kind of boring. It's just kind of going on for a long time. But it offers us a lot of context so that when he drops the new ones, we'll be able to understand it better, right? So,
but for me, this drop had the biggest bombshells, though. Like, I took notes here. The biggest three things from all the drops.
Yes.
Fucking long. Yeah.
So the biggest bombshell number one is that Trump cabinet didn't use the censorship option. That one really surprised me. Surprised me more than the other two. The second one is Trump was shadow banned prior to the election, even 7 days before the election. That one surprised me, but less than the first one. Still, the fact that the Trump cabinet didn't actually use the censorship option, I'm still struggling to believe it. It's just so weird. And then the third one is FBI spoke to Twitter executives before Trump's suspension. So kind of
we already knew
bringing
that,
in the FBI.
And also number 4 is that they started, creating new tools to suppress people, and they stopped following their own rules, right? They were just suppressing people for making jokes. That was how bad it got. It's like at first it wasn't that bad, and then afterwards they got really used to using the tools and suppressing people that they started just deploying them at any time. They figured, oh yeah, this person's telling a joke, let's suppress him. So it looks like he dropped two more.
Sounds familiar.
He dropped 2 more notes here. It says the last 2 notes about January 6th. Yoel Roth at one point looked and found Trump had a slew of duplicate bot applications. So here's what's funny. They had him so fucking suppressed that they had multiple rules against him for this, they shouldn't have, right? Like, there should just be like one rule or something to suppress him. Instead, they had like multiple overlapping things to suppress him at the same time. Taibbi tweeted, by the end of the first day, top executives are still trying to apply the rules, and by the next day, they will contemplate a major change in the approach. Watch Schellenberger, so you should follow him, Michael Schellenberger, he's a good journalist, this weekend for the play-by-play on how all of that went down. So that we're going to get into nitty-gritty details on exactly what happened on January 6th. Basically, we'll see. I mean, he has a different type of tweet style.
He's an interesting choice for this, don't you
Oh,
think?
yeah.
Like,
He's very conservative, and he's a pro-nuclear guy.
he's not very conservative, actually. He's more on the left. Yeah, I talked to him about it too. Yeah, he's not
I always thought he
conservative.
was conservative because, like,
No,
he
people
nuclear
try
energy.
to peg him as a conservative, but he's
Wow.
really more to the left, and he's
Well, I trust him. He's a good journalist.
he
I've read
ran.
a lot of his stuff.
Well, he also ran for office, so he was a politician, and he is very interested
Fascinating.
specifically in like homelessness,
Yeah, I helped him
drug
with that a
addiction.
little bit. Yeah,
Yeah,
his stuff. Yeah.
so very surprising choice.
So number 65 on January 8th, which Barry Weiss will describe on Sunday, Twitter will be receiving plaudits from our partners in Washington, and the sitting U.S. president will no longer be heard on the platform. Wow, that's going to be explosive. This is where the government steps in, right? This is where the government steps in, where they're basically getting pats on the back from Washington. Number 66. Lastly, people on the left, right, and in between want to know what else is in the Twitter files. From suppression of shadow banning of leftists and lab leak theorists, or amplification of military propaganda, or conservative accounts. We know everyone has questions. So here's another tweet here at number 67. And while we stumbled on tidbits here and there about topics ranging from COVID to foreign policy, the reality is that the data sets are enormous, and we're still working through them. More is coming. Good night, all. Wow. Yeah. So
what was that last? What was that last one? That last bit that shocked you? Where the government? You said the government is getting involved.
Oh yeah. So that was number 65. Yeah. Barry Weiss will describe this one on Sunday, where Twitter will be receiving plaudits from our partners in Washington, and the sitting U.S. president will no longer be heard on the platform. So this was when he was banned, and then they got little pats on the back from Washington. Our partners. That's interesting. That interesting phrase there. Our partners, meaning they were working with people in Washington to suppress Donald Trump. That's what it sounds like to me. That doesn't surprise me, but at the same time, it's like, huh.
Sounds like no COVID stuff for a while, huh?
Oh yeah.
I've just pinned on my profile. I've pinned it above the space for the next drop, so we all come back here and go through the next drop together.
It'll be tomorrow.
So if you want, it's gonna be tomorrow. They said it's gonna be tomorrow.
Yeah, so follow Schellenberger, MD, on Twitter. He will be dropping tomorrow's thing, and it's a play-by-play. It's going to be a play-by-play of all the bannings that happened on January 6th, all the way up to like January 8th, and then January 8th will be on Sunday, where they will be going over the Washington connection with Barry Weiss. So yeah, that's going to be really interesting. They're both going to be really interesting. I feel like this is the best TV show, really. Like, I stopped watching Netflix. I literally canceled my subscriptions to all these TV shows because I have no time to watch them anymore. I'm like on these spaces every single night now, and I'm covering this stuff, and I'm appearing on TV shows. Thank you, Eric Bowling, for having me on. And it's like, it's not the only one, right? Like, everybody's just like saying, "Hey, Ian, come talk about it." It's like, okay, you're taking up my time.
Even the previews, like the last few tweets you were reading were like a preview for like next on next episode of.
Right, we had Harry and Meghan's Netflix release. This trounces it 10 times over, I think.
Oh yeah, this is way more interesting than any of that. Like, holy
I watched
crap.
the first 5 minutes.
Like, there's a difference here, right? I mean, between watching a TV show and this, it's like we have direct interaction here with all the players. We can make fun of them. You can make fun of Viola Roth for being a piece of crap, or we can, confront these people, right? That's the whole point of it. So it's nice. We're participating. This is interactive entertainment. Like I said, Twitter's a video game. It really is.
Ian, what do you make of the assertions and the points raised by Vivek when he was here earlier surrounding the potential legal liabilities of what we've seen transpire?
Okay, so what he said was, I agree with it. I think, like, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm sure he has a better grasp on this. But essentially, what he is saying is that the levers in Washington, right, they will not suppress you on their own. They will use third parties such as Twitter to do that for them, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. I think that the big drop on Sunday when Barry Weiss talks about it, about how they received plaudits from Washington, our partners in Washington, that's going to expose quite a bit on what's actually, who was pulling the strings there, if anyone.
Any chance we can get Elon Musk to join the space tonight?
No, man. So so Tara's doing a space, a female-only panel to discuss child. What were they discussing? I can't. I don't want to use.
They're
use the wrong term
discussing child sexual exploitation.
So we were gonna merge. We were discussing about merging the space with theirs and having Elon come here, but we were still going through the drops. So we're like, hey guys, you do it with Elon separately, and then we'll keep going through the drops. And which I find,
yeah, that's what he's talking about them with them right now, because they initially started the space with Ella Irwin. She is one of the new trust and safety employees at Twitter, and she was the one who highlighted to Elon how Twitter had essentially like taken the money away or all the resources away from child sexual exploitation, right? So pedophiles are on this platform doing a lot of bad things, and there was nobody to deal with it. So she was the one who raised the issue to Parent Agrawal and Yoel Roth, and they refused to do anything about it. And as soon as Elon took over, she brought the issue to him, and he has made it, one of the company's top priorities to deal with abuse and child sexual exploitation and all that stuff. Pretty disgusting overall. I mean, we've seen how Twitter has over the years simply ignored, revenge porn. It has ignored CSE and all this stuff. It got sued for it, I think, in 2020 or 2019, and no one did anything about it. So,
all right, guys. So I'm gonna end the space. Everyone, pin tweet on my profile and it's above. We'll see you again all tomorrow. I'm gonna get some rest. Ian, you need to go get some sleep. Appreciate it. Tom, thank you so much for joining. Stephen, I tried to send you a co-host invite, man. You helped a lot. Really appreciate it. And of course, all other speakers, John, Brian, Piotr, Harrison. Thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Mario.
Right.
Bye, everyone.
See
you, everyone.
Set your reminders, everyone. Set your reminders.
Yeah, set your reminders.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
I think it's really hard to get a sense of what's happening internally in an organization.
That Amanda is a speaker. I'd like her to be added. That Amanda is a speaker.
I'm actually a co-host. Is it not actually a
Hey guys, welcome, welcome, welcome. We have some huge breaking bombshell information coming out today. As you've probably already seen, part 3 of Twitter Files is currently dropping, but Eliza Blue, if you don't know who she is, she's going to join the call any moment, has some other pertinent information that I think you all are really going to want to be hearing. Jonna, I've invited you up to co-host if you can accept that. And then just waiting for some other speakers. If you all can share out the space, that would be greatly appreciated. And we'll get this going.
Hey, it shows that I am actually a co-host. Is it not showing for you?
Yeah, I cannot see you, but welcome.
Yeah, I'm right next to you. Oh, hey, Eliza. Eliza is showing Eliza requested.
Perfect. If you can bring up Eliza, that would be great.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Throw up some emojis if you folks can hear me okay.
We hear you, Eliza. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. So Andrea is dropping the report right now. You could go to my feed or his feed. And Ella has just entered, and Ella is going to be speaking this evening, just sort of clearing up a little bit of what happened today on Twitter. While Ella is speaking, I'm just going to make sure that Elon knows to enter the room as well. I also, if you could, I don't see that Amanda is a speaker. I'd like her to be added, not to speak necessarily, just to sort of keep track of things. I want to see her right at the top. So if you folks could make Ella a speaker, Ella Irwin and Amanda, that would be great. I'm going to get off for a second and just message Elon if you folks want to make sure that there's no dead air. Like I said, Andrea is currently dropping this current Twitter report. I wasn't able to sleep all night and all day because this has been such bombshell news. I never thought in my life I'd see anything like this. Please, folks, go check it out. So that's all. I'm gonna be off for 1 second. I'm just gonna message Elon, and then if you folks could talk for a second, that would be great.
Perfect. Okay, I'm working on getting Amanda in as a co-host. She's aware of who Eliza would like to have up here. So Amanda, as soon as you're up as a speaker, I'll be able to co-host you. I see Ella. Ella, you're in here. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you for the hard work you're doing. I was fully unaware of your position and you taking over essentially. Is that what happened as far as Twitter safety, or can you give us a bit of background there?
Sure. Well, I'm still fairly new to Twitter, although it's a very new company now, of course. I joined in June, and my role recently expanded as part of Twitter 2.0. When I joined Twitter, I joined to take on health and the strategy for the organization on how to make the platform healthy. And most recently, because of assorted departures, I expanded my role to take on the policy side of things as well. But I've been leading these teams of folks who do this amazing work day in and day out, keeping our users and Twitter safe since June.
Thank you for your effort and for, making a difference. We've heard just since Elon Musk took over, and the team has actually been heard. that there has been already some dramatic changes made in the right direction as far as getting rid of some of the child exploitation material that Eliza here has been working to try to rid Twitter of for years. So it seems like a good step in the right direction, and it also seems to be being overlooked by mainstream media.
I think it's really hard to get a sense of what's happening internally in an organization, especially on really sensitive topics like this. So it's maybe not surprising that people are not getting a clear picture. Most of the time you don't advertise this type of stuff as a company. So I think it's understandable, but we're hoping to correct the narrative and to make sure folks do understand that there actually is a tremendous amount of work going on right now in this space, and something that we've been ramping up.
Yeah, I think that's music to Eliza's ears.
Yes, beyond music. Sorry, I just talked to Andrea. He should be coming in a minute. Please, folks, go check out his report that just dropped. Ella, thank you so much. Sorry, I was a little bit busy when you entered. Thank you so much for your hard work. Of course, I'm loving these changes. These are groundbreaking changes, things I never thought I'd have an opportunity to see possible in my lifetime. And I really, really appreciate it. So today, Jack Dorsey made a claim in public about previous Twitter, and you were pulled into the conversation by Elon Musk. If you want to talk about that, please feel free. If that's something you don't want to talk about, totally understandable. I just think that what you said was pretty powerful. So I would love to get your take on that, but if not, no worries.
Oh, I appreciate that. I sort of pulled myself into that conversation, and I do want to clarify that I've been at Twitter since June, and I've obviously seen data for this year. I can't speak to the last 5 years at Twitter, so certainly multiple statements can be true here. But what I would say is that when I joined Twitter, I was actually fairly shocked at just how much attrition had happened, and without any replacement, no backfill, critical roles, critical teams left without important roles. And so you had a lot of people trying to do the right thing. I mean, of course, I'm here representing many people on the team who are working tirelessly always on these issues. And so I was shocked to find that there were such gaping holes in some of these really critical areas, like, for example, child safety. You had such a lean team of folks who were trying to do the right thing, working so hard to keep up with the detection and the prevention that's required to really do a good job given the scale of our platform. And, certainly while you don't control all attrition, and there were lots of reasons for the attrition that the company went through this year, what you can do is pay attention to where that attrition is happening, and if it's happening disproportionately or in general, hitting really critical teams such as a trust and safety team that literally is keeping users safe, you have to do something about that. There has to be an urgency to that. And I didn't see that. In fact, I saw a lot of obstacles to being able to actually staff the team appropriately. And again, we're not talking about doubling and tripling the size of the team. That's not, that would be crazy. It's just replacing people who have walked out the door, or, adding a few people to help, respond to a new trend you're seeing, because this is an adversarial space and bad actors are always evolving. So you have to keep up with them. And we advocated, myself, my manager, we advocated multiple times to try to get the staffing we needed. And it really was extremely hard to get that funding and to get approval to actually staff the team to do the work. And so it was really crazy. I've never seen a company act that way for something this important.
How difficult are we talking? I mean, like, because there's levels to it. I'd like to know exactly, and I think the public deserves to know, and I think that the survivors listening and exploited on this platform deserve to know exactly what was going on behind the scenes, as long as it doesn't further jeopardize some type of, as long as it doesn't further jeopardize safety. I think that survivors need to know, deserve to know.
Well, I will say, so first of all, as I mentioned, we weren't asking for something crazy, right? We weren't asking for hundreds of people. We were asking for a very small number of folks that were needed to actually do the work, right? And I mean, in the scale of Twitter and how much headcount Twitter has, this isn't a large percentage of people we're asking for. And the constant response was, well, once you have experienced more attrition or you've lost more people and so you can get within budget, then we'll give you the heads you need. And it was in spite of several really important issues that had come up, like the brand safety incident we had in, I think it was August, if I remember correctly, where, we were serving ads against some of this content, which is terrible. And of course, we never, ever want to do something like that. We don't want to have it on our platform in the first place, but we certainly don't want to have ads running against it and a bunch of people seeing it. Like, that's doubly bad.
Just to clarify, Ella is referencing a report that came out in Reuters in September, where Twitter was running ads from major brands next to child sexual abuse material. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ella. I just want to be extremely clear about what we were discussing.
Yeah, no, that's correct. And it was so hard to see something like that happen because the things that allowed something like that to happen were known gaps, things that the team had been fighting for a long time. They needed the engineers, they needed more engineers to do the actual work required to close those gaps. They had great recommendations on how to detect more of this, right? But it requires people to do it. Like, you can't make some of this happen. You can't put controls in place or some of the automation you need to be able to do this stuff at scale without people. And so it was very hard on the team to see something like that happen, knowing about some of these gaps that had existed and just weren't staffed and addressed.
Donna, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, so I'm sharing, I have that report you mentioned. So if anybody wants to see it, I'm tweeting it now for people who just want to see it for themselves.
Which report?
The one that came out in Reuters. Andrea actually put that together.
Yeah, really quickly, and thank you for doing that, Jonna. Really quickly, Ella, before we kind of continue, I would want to bring up Andrea. I think, Andrea, thank you so much for the hard work that you've done. I know this has been tearing you apart. I know seeing this disturbing content has been heartbreaking, and I really, really appreciate you taking this on, Ella, as well. I know seeing this content on a repeated basis is not an easy job, and so I deeply appreciate it. Just some of the things I want to go over, this bombshell report that came out tonight. Some of this content has been active on Twitter for years, with over 10 million combined views on child sexual abuse material that was not removed off of Twitter for years. So that's what's up in the report. Andrea, I just want to get your thoughts on this report and anything else you'd like to say.
Hello, everyone. It's very late here. I'm still doing the tweets, and I want to thank Hella because she's an amazing leader, and she's doing a very amazing job at Twitter with Jared and all the guys working on this stuff. She is doing a miracle because basically she got a platform where the old management didn't a good job on children safety. So it's not easy. I'm trying to do a little hand. The good news is that Elon is very open to listen and to take all the actions needed to clean the platform and make Twitter safe. What I can say is the team is doing very good, and the progress is so impressive. I think that Ella, like the team, is working I don't know how many hours per day, because to fix all the amounts of illegal contents is very hard. And now you have also the people that suggest contents, that suggest potential suspicious accounts. And Ella, I do know, she is also listening people here on Twitter. So she finds a tweet where someone say, "Hello, I found this." She contacts directly and say, "Yes, I saw your tweet. I'm going to help you." So there is a shift of leadership and view, and this is very, I think it's very good, because children's safety is not like change the color of the button, change the logo, or fix the Twitter face. It's fundamental, and it's not an easy job. So much respect for Ella. She is doing amazing. I'm continuing the Twitter thread, and I continue to listen your conversation. And thanks for having me.
Thank you for your hard work so much. Thank you for staying up all day, all night. I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. Thank you, Andrea, and thank you for the thread. For folks that want the latest update on what's going on with Twitter, so I just want to make something abundantly clear. This will be an update that is continuous. This is the most transparency that this platform has given with regards to this issue, period. So this is something that needs to be updated frequently, or will be updated frequently, because this is a new Twitter 2.0. They are going to be constantly making changes, and that's one of the things that I've noticed from the outside, just sort of looking in, is that they're constantly making changes with this issue. And as far as Ella goes, I have seen her myself reach out to folks in the middle of the night on a Saturday night, reach out to folks who have concerns. I know it because I know these people personally as friends, and also answering my requests as well. I really appreciate it. So Ella, what do you envision for the future with Twitter as it pertains to the removal of child sexual abuse material?
Yeah, great question. And I also I want to thank Andrea as well for the partnership, because, it ties to the answer to your question. In this space, it's extremely important, just like in many other areas where you're dealing with illegal content and trafficking. Of course, it's critical to have really important partnerships with organizations that live and breathe this. And that partnership allows us to move quicker, to identify things it would have taken us longer to identify ourselves on the platform. Like we can do a lot with the information we're given by organizations. We can go out and then do massive investigations and take down a lot of things. And it's much more effective when that communication channel is there. So I definitely foresee that continuing in terms of how we operate going forward. And this is happening, it's something that I've seen Elon push for and introduce more and more, which is, let's talk openly to organizations who are focused on these various abuse issues that we deal with, and see how that partnership can help us do a better job as a company, because we can always improve. Like we're never going to be perfect. Again, adversarial space, bad actors are always evolving, but that partnership allows us to get information that we wouldn't have otherwise. And so I'm super excited about the partnerships we've already been establishing. We've been talking to a lot of organizations over the last few weeks in particular. So I foresee that continuing. I also think that, it's really critical that we're able to move fast. And one thing that I think if you talk to anybody at Twitter 2.0 right now, you'll hear that we are moving faster than I think we've ever moved as an organization before. I mean, of course, everybody's working hard. Certainly a lot of folks are tired because we've been doing a lot of great work, but we've been able to do more with less by working smarter, prioritizing the really important things like child safety. So I certainly foresee that going forward, child safety will continue to be a top priority for our team. It's not something we will ever allow to, sort of wither away slowly in terms of staffing and resources, because we know it's a top priority. So we'll continue to invest in the space. We'll continue to get better and smarter and put the right controls in place. We want to make sure that bad actors realize it is completely pointless to come to Twitter to traffic this kind of material, because they will be detected and caught and prevented immediately.
I love that. So really quickly, the corporate media narrative right now is that Twitter has completely slashed the child safety team. I'm not going to ask you how many folks you have working on this issue specifically, but can you please answer specifically to that question? Because I think as folks go and look at Andrea's second big transparency report, they will see that it is not a completely slashed team. And so what do you think about that, Ella?
Yeah, I think maybe the strange thing about reading those reports is that Twitter slashed the child safety team a long time ago, right? I mean, as I said, when I joined, it was a skeleton crew, and far fewer people than you actually need to do this job effectively. So reading that happened as a result of Twitter 2.0 is a little strange to read, because, as I said, we've been fighting to get people for a while. Certainly we lost a lot of people across Twitter, or many different functions and roles, and that's, the unfortunate part of the layoff. I mean, we've gone through a lot of grieving over losing our coworkers, but I want to emphasize the fact that for critical areas like child safety, we absolutely have people working on this, and we are actually going to be adding people. We've already started, actually, but we're going to be adding people to the team and increasing the number of people we've had. We will have more people working on child safety than we've ever had before, at least this year, that I can speak to, that I've seen. And so we're going to continue to invest the right number of people on this team.
Do you think that Jack Dorsey previously didn't have all the information, or what exactly is going on there with that?
It's hard for me to say. I wasn't here. I don't want to speak to a time that I wasn't here. Certainly possible that at one point in time, Twitter put many more people against this than there were this year. And, as I mentioned, there was a tremendous amount of attrition this year in the company. So, from what I understand, there were some really good people that worked in this space at Twitter before at one point in time, but unfortunately, they left and nobody replaced them. And I think part of the issue is it's actually sort of interesting to me. The approach to this space, also in terms of how you staff it, was sort of interesting this year. Instead of saying, this is a really hard job and it requires a certain skill set and expertise to do this, and you got to go hire the right people to do this type of work. Instead, it was sort of this environment of, well, we don't want to spend money on this. We've got a lot of other things that we need to be spending money on, or that, we need to save money on, I guess, either one. And so maybe we can just pull, Bob from marketing to work on this right now. And it's kind of an interesting way to handle the situation, because as I'm sure you can't just pull somebody and tell them today you're going to start working on child safety issues. I mean, first of all,
no, they'll be traumatized, and that's not nice to do to people ever.
And that's exactly what happened. I mean, it was crazy to watch, but people literally left because they said, absolutely not. I'm not working on that. And And they wouldn't have been good at it anyway because it wasn't their skill.
So, because it's traumatizing. When you see this type of content and you're not trained, and if you don't have adequate mental health services there, I mean, just as a survivor advocate, it's very normal for me to decompress after each shift. That's very normal for us. So it's not, and that's not even necessarily seeing an onslaught of child sexual abuse material all day. So this is very dark, it's very depraved, and it takes a specific skill set and specific training to handle this.
Absolutely. We are so lucky to have the folks we have today working on this, because that is exactly true. They deal with a lot as a result of working on this content. So we're extremely thankful for everything they do. It is a very hard job, and one that, you know, they don't really get a lot of thanks for, because nobody knows what they go through. And look, I can't speak to whether I don't know Jack. I can't speak to how he would have handled this situation had he been here this year. I can only speak to the Twitter that I saw when I joined in June.
So how can the public support you? I think everyone here wants to see Twitter succeed. I think that everyone here, if they're being honest with themselves, wants to prioritize, not just on Twitter, but across the internet, removing the most egregious human rights violations of the most vulnerable exploited on the internet. I think that we can all agree, this is the one thing we can all agree on, that these children exploited on Twitter and across the internet are definitely, truly our most vulnerable. How can the general public help out with this issue? I kind of already know the answer, but I want you to say it, Ella. And what's your relationship with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, like? And if you could explain to folks exactly what that reporting process is looking like from Twitter to NCMEC, and then how the public can support you as well.
Sure. Well, in terms of the public, what I would say is it's extremely important that people take the time to report this content when they see it. We are not going to catch everything. I wish we could. We will get to the point where we will be extremely good at this, to the point where it will be very hard for anybody to ever post this kind of material on our platform. But as you know, there are billions and billions of conversations taking place. And so it's a hard job. And so we need help. If you find the content, please do report it. And so we've been looking at how do we make reporting easier as well. I know some folks have told me that just recently, through some of the conversations I've had, she said, you know, Saturday in the middle of the night, I sometimes see somebody say, I'm really having difficulty reporting this, or it seems to go nowhere. I definitely want to know if that's the case. My team wants to know. We've already started fixing things that people have told us have prevented them from getting this information to us faster.
You were right on that too. I was so appreciative. You went above and beyond with that, and you folks actually discovered a glitch because of that. And I'm so appreciative of that. Sorry, I just had to give you a little shine, Ella.
I appreciate that. And really, you know, it's really my team that jumped on that right away. And I am so thankful to them for doing that, because they genuinely care about this. I would say that in terms of NCMEC, so, you know, we have been in compliance with reporting. We are required to report this type of material and the people who traffic it, obviously, right away. And we do our best to do that. The one thing that we are looking at is how do we automate some of this so that we can move even faster, because sometimes, especially if you're being targeted with this material, one of the most overwhelming aspects of this work is then having to painstakingly report very manually all of this, you know, all of these users and accounts that you're seeing. And so I want to make sure that we're able to move fast enough to get the reports to law enforcement, to these organizations, so that they can do what they need to do. I want to make sure we're not a bottleneck in that process. And so we are looking at how do we do that faster and better, but we have been in compliance with reporting for the things we obviously detect. I think the issue has been we should have been detecting more and doing more, but we just didn't have the resources to do that.
It breaks my heart that there were never previously the resources, and I'm grateful that things are changing. And I know I'm not alone in saying that. I know there are a lot of people that have wanted these changes for a very long time. And I'm grateful. And I think the truth is that a lot of this journey started with John Doe number one, the brave survivor that reported and was denied by Twitter to remove his child sexual abuse material. And Ella, please don't actually comment on that because it is an open case. But I think his bravery sparked this specific journey for a lot of us. And so I'm just grateful to finally see these changes. I firmly believe that I am witnessing a miracle that I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. Ella, if you don't have anything else to say, which I would love, if you want to keep talking about this, we definitely can. I don't know where Elon is right now, and that's okay. But if you want to keep talking about this, the floor is yours. If not, we can move on to the bombshell report from Andrea.
Well, I appreciate having had a chance to speak, and I also appreciate everything you're doing to bring attention to this. I think it's important, and I also very much appreciate the recognition for the team's work. You know, as I said before, they don't often get recognized, and sometimes it breaks my heart to see the fact that nobody knows all the work that they're doing, and so I really appreciate you highlighting that.
I've always taken a stance with Twitter where I will applaud them when they do the right thing and call them out when they do the wrong thing. The problem is there wasn't that much to applaud previously, although I had previously applauded, even Jack, in public and in private when things had gone right. And I will be full savage if things go wrong because I understand the stakes. This is life or death for minor survivors around the globe. I do not take this issue lightly. And it makes me very happy that Twitter is finally staffed. And I appreciate you advocating for those changes as well, Ella, and Andrea as well. I know there are a lot of folks out here that have been advocating for these changes. So I appreciate folks on the inside advocating for them as well.
Well, and I will also say that, you know, we won't always get it right. Things will break. Something will go wonky. And you absolutely should call us out on it. And I say this to the broader audience, of course, because we want to know if we're getting it wrong. And my commitment is that we will fix it. If it's going wrong, we will fix it.
I'll call it out, but my goal along this was not perfection. I'm not so naive to envision a world with no child sexual abuse material, child sexual exploitation in the digital space. Only a naive person would think that, and only a person who didn't have a firm understanding of the crime would think that. All I wanted to see from Twitter was a sense of urgency and prioritizing this issue, which obviously they were not previously. And what really stinks is that we didn't have enough adults out there advocating for the voiceless. It really stinks that the previous Twitter didn't have that in place. But anyway, don't worry, Ella, I got you on the call out. But I'd rather just send it to you and then have you fix it than have to call it out. But don't worry, I will spare nobody's feelings if and when possible. And I think Elon knows that as well. He knows I'm a little bit of a tough cookie in that way. Okay, so Ella, if you have anything else to add, please do. If not, we're going to go ahead and read the report.
Can I ask you both a quick question just regarding the reporting process? I've noticed that they added child exploitation to that where you can go to reporting within Twitter. Is that new, or was that something I just missed before?
They have made some changes recently to the reporting flow. You're going to see a few other changes as well. They're testing different features on there, but you will see more and more of this option showing up in the different reporting flows that we have. We have actually several, one in the reporting center, one on the tweet.
Okay, so for the people who are DMing and commenting and asking how you can help, if you happen to come by this sort of content, make sure you go through the process, make sure you are reporting this. Now versus before, the reporting process is already just so much better. I get responses right away. I've already noticed a huge change. So just if anything, that's the part that I think you all can play. And if there's anything else, Ella, that they can do, if this content happens to be on their feed, If you can add to that, that would be great.
Will do. Thanks.
Cool. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted there. I just want to add that if folks are exposed to child sexual exploitation material, child sexual abuse material, please also report to the cyber tip line through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That's NCMEC. So it'll be 2 reports. I know it's tedious, but if you really think about it, you could save a life. When these children are in these abusive situations, I consider it a life or death situation. And we cannot catch these predators until those reports are made. So I just wanted to say that. And I tweet out the cyber tip line constantly, as does the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And Ella, how long do you think till the reporting system is a little bit updated? If you can't estimate, that's okay.
I mean, we're really shooting for getting that done this year. And so hopefully by the end of the year, you'll see a massive change in that experience. That's what we're targeting. I can't guarantee it, but that's what we're targeting.
Awesome. I'm really, really excited to see these changes. It's unbelievable. So kind of bad news. Elon's a little bit busy right now, but there might be an opportunity for him to come in later. We're going to go over Don't say he's not going to come in yet, though. I'm just saying it's just taking. There's multiple things going on here. He's Elon Musk, so he gets kind of busy. He gets busy sometimes. But anyway, let's go ahead and go over the tweet thread.
I think John is going to go ahead and read over that if you're available.
Yeah, I'm here. So we'll start with the first one. Andrea said, "How the old Twitter failed the fight against children's sexual exploitation content, sigh, and more." While I am working as an independent researcher along Twitter's trust and safety team, led by Ms. Ella Irwin, and passionate managers like Gerald Dohadri, I think I said his name right, I want to share some information and update with you all. So here we go. Twitter is continuing its operations against accounts that publish child sexual abuse material. As I said, Twitter is focused on Spanish-speaking and Portuguese-speaking users in the past days, reduced over 90%
Really quickly, I'm sorry to
the
interrupt.
impact.
Ella, can you explain to the people why it's important and what's a little bit different from the English speaking to the English speaking to Portuguese and other languages?
In terms of our ability to detect this content and having the different language aspects? Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, we have a lot more work to do when it comes to detecting this across different languages. And so as we get information around what terms, search terms, hashtags, et cetera, are used across different languages, we are incorporating that very quickly. It actually helps to get that information because, of course, as much as we have different language speakers in the company, we don't know all of the different terms being used. And so we've actually been able to make significant progress in a number of these languages just within the last few weeks through the information we've been getting.
Thank you. Sorry, I heard that my sound has been wonky. Can you folks just throw up some emojis if my sound's okay? Just throw up some emojis. You can keep reading the thread, please.
Okay. So stop that. So it reduced over 90% the impact of these malicious accounts that use specific keywords and hashtags.
Can you repeat that just so folks can understand?
Yeah.
That's a pretty significant data point.
Yeah, so Twitter reduced over 90% of the impact of these malicious accounts that use specific keywords and hashtags.
So the question is, why wasn't that being done previously? Ella, you don't have to answer, but I mean, this is such an easy fix. Why on earth wasn't that being done by under previous leadership?
Well, it's actually not always easy. And, I'll use the example, and it kind of goes to the point that I was making before about how important it is to staff appropriately for these functions, because what might seem easy on the outside, like, oh, well, we just have to add this one particular, hashtag or block this one particular search term, and that should be really straightforward. Well, sure, it is if it's very obvious. But the example I would use recently is a hashtag or term that we received where, in Spanish, it is a hashtag or a search term that is being used quite often by people who traffic this material. However, it is also a benign term that is used by many people for many other things. And so we have to be careful anytime we do things like this that we don't just basically blow ourselves up in terms of our detection mechanisms by putting in something that's a benign term, and suddenly we have too many false positives, we can't actually take care of the things that matter. So there's a lot of analysis and a lot of work that's done before we make changes like this to ensure that it's the right thing to do, and to figure out creative solutions if, for example, it is a benign term, because of course that is oftentimes a tactic specifically to make it hard to detect. There's a lot of work done to figure out, okay, well, how do we adjust our models? How do we then look for specific risk signals in addition to those terms? Like, it can be extremely difficult, but it takes people to do all of that work.
Go ahead with the thread. All right. Furthermore, Twitter is working on the following: a report form. As Eliza Blue suggested, it will be easier and faster to report CSAM with clear reporting options. Ban evasion. The Twitter engineering team is working to detect.
Keep in mind, I had been asking for those changes for
Yes.
years.
Girl.
Years.
It's good to see it's finally happening. Continuing on. Ban evasion.
Oh God, it's so good.
Gonna need a drink after this. The Twitter engineering team is working to detect users that try to bypass the account suspension. Continuous updating and monitoring of suspected hashtags and keywords. Strengthening of cooperation with law enforcement. Listening to users' ideas and feedbacks. Operations against suspected networks that share CSAM. About F, read the following tweets. The more we work on child sexual abuse material on Twitter, the more we'll find the hell left by the old Twitter management. What I'm going to tell you now is insane. Hold on, I have to refresh because the rest is not showing for some reason. All right, here we go. We found several accounts that shared CSAM, including videos of children and teens involved in sexual activities. Sorry, hold on.
Ella, really quickly, do you think in the further transparency reports that are coming in the days, months ahead, do you think that we'll get a clear picture of how much of this child sexual abuse material was reported and not removed?
First of all, we will be publishing data even ahead of those transparency reports on this topic. So that's number one. So I think we'll start to get a better picture of the difference between what was happening before and what's happening now. Because there's a great, I'm super proud of the team, and you'll be able to see what impact they're having now. In terms of reports that weren't actioned, so I can tell you we never have an intention even before to ever not work a report. But if there's a bug, such as the one that we talked about earlier, where somebody would report something and it would go into a black hole and nobody knew, then that would lead to these kind of issues. And so that's not okay. That's why it's important for us to fix those things and have people to fix those things quickly. But yes, we'll continue to report the information we were reporting before in the transparency reports, and we're going to provide additional information coming very soon around the work happening right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
More than 95% of these accounts were created before Elon Musk bought Twitter. Some of these accounts have been active for years, even since 2017.
Can you read that one more time, please?
Sure thing. More than 95% of these accounts were created before Elon Musk bought Twitter. Some of these accounts have been active for years, even since 2017.
Can you explain to folks, Ella, why there would be child sexual abuse material on Twitter that long, or child sexual exploitation material on Twitter for that long, undetected and not removed previously?
I can't necessarily speak again to what was in place, last year or the year before 2017. But what I can say is that if you are not detecting things because you need to improve your detection mechanisms, clearly there's going to be content out there that you're just not seeing and you're missing. Now, there's also such a thing as sleeper accounts that are created and that are just not used until they're needed, or they're not used frequently enough, and so that affects things as well. But having said that, there were a lot of opportunities to improve our detection mechanisms, that's for sure. I mean, I think we've seen that. That's why we've had the impact we've had now that we've been really ramping up our work in this area. Is we're able to detect more now than we were able to detect before.
Thank you. I mean, I could probably go off on a full rant about why I think. I mean, and I don't, Ella, don't comment on this, but personally, Twitter was relying on Microsoft PhotoDNA way too much and the proprietary tools, and not implementing the free tools available from multiple other sources. There are multiple other tools that are so much better that they could have been implementing throughout this entire process and just weren't prioritizing it. So it's been heartbreaking to see them be asleep at the wheel about something so life or death. But I'm just grateful now for the changes. Okay, go ahead, Jana.
I just want to say that's insane that they wouldn't even utilize the full tools. Like that's nuts. Continuing on with the thread, these accounts that shared CSAM acted with impunity for years. The content of these accounts obtained over 10 million views on Twitter. Yes, 10 million views. They won't get any new views because Twitter has now taken down all these accounts.
Just to clarify on that 10 million views number, was that simply off of what you folks detected? I'm a little confused about that 10 million views number.
I can help, Ella.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 10 million views is the sum of the different videos published by these accounts on Twitter. And what is said is these accounts received a lot of interactions, and these videos have been on Twitter for months, for years. So the good news is now are done, because what I think is if I start to talk about the past, it's so my comments are so negative, because as many of you know, I already worked on this stuff in September, and the experience even in September has been not really good with Twitter. But again, the good news is now there is Ella and the team, and these contents are gone. But really, my team, of course, my team and me, we are very I don't know what is the word to describe how we are stressed, because removing things related to years ago, it means that the old Twitter management didn't work well. So again, the work is huge. Don't pray for me, but pray for Ellen and her team, because they have a lot of work to do.
Andrea,
so it's not easy.
Could you explain to folks what you were working on in September and how you got involved with this issue in the first place, please?
Well, I worked on as an independent on many things related to social media. I worked on counterfeiting, digital propaganda, bots, even on terrorism. I remember years ago I worked on Islamic State, and I helped intelligence agencies through Europe to find Islamic State supporters in Europe and even abroad. So I got a lot of messages from people, even from you, saying that there were an issue with these contents on Twitter. So I started to investigate with my team, and you were right. So we found a lot of bad stuff. When Elon bought Twitter, he told me that for him, it was the priority to fix, and he told me if I want to help. And I think here there is why Elon is so special, and because working independent is really important, because when you are independent, you are like an external voice, but at the same time, it can be hard if you have a relationship like the case I have with Elon. But Elon is so special because he never asked anything. He never did any pressure on me to do something or to say this or say that. Never. He just said help to improve Twitter on this stuff. So that's why he is a very good man, because it's not easy to work independently with a company, but at the same time you are a friend with the owner. That's why Elon is very different from the other people. So I started to work independently. I shared the data with Ella, with the team, and the difference from the past is the older Twitter tried to hide, tried to say, no, it doesn't matter, this is not an issue. With Ella was so different. With her team is so different. She said, okay, thank you, let's work together. This is the huge difference in my opinion. So I mute myself and I continue to listen to you guys, because I'm very happy to stay here. All woman, I'm very lucky today.
The funny thing is, I had to beg him to work on this issue. I was begging him privately, like, please work on this, please work on this. And then I kind of calmed down, because at first you didn't want to work on this because you knew it would be too dark. And then you said, I will. And that to me says a lot about your character. And I appreciate you so, so much, because you told me no. And then after you thought about it, you knew it was the right thing to do. And I know it's not easy. So I really, really appreciate it very much. And Ella, same. If you would have told me a year ago that we would all be sitting here having such open dialogue and transparency about these issues, I would have said you were crazy. Not you, but I mean, I just would have said whomever was crazy, because there just was so little going on. I do want to state for the record, which I think is really important, and I said this to Elon as well, so I have no problem saying it here. Today, Jack Dorsey had said that what Elon had said wasn't true. The truth is that previous Twitter did remove some child sexual abuse material. I never want to give off the impression that they were not removing any at all. They just were not removing it at scale and not prioritizing the detection and removal. I think that that's a really important distinction to make. And I think also the other important distinction to make when we're speaking about these issues is that there is still going to be content out there. There is still going to be hashtags out there. I've seen some of the corporate media and other tweets trying to dispel like, oh, we can still find content. We can still find content. Well, number one, if you're seeing content, you should be reporting it to the cyber tip line and to Twitter as well. But the deal is the prioritization of it and the detection and removal process. That's what you really want to see get better. Like I said previously, you don't shoot necessarily for perfection because that's naive. Yeah, we'd all love to live in a world where no evil exists, but that's not what you want to shoot for here with Twitter. The other thing that I think is really important is to encourage the platform to be the best that it can be and encourage innovation. I think the more that we all use Twitter, the more advertisers will come back. And I firmly feel now, after watching Elon Musk tackle this issue since he's purchased the platform, I firmly feel that Twitter will very soon be the leader in the issue of removing child sexual exploitation and child sexual abuse. Elon's never paid me a penny. Elon's never paid me a penny. And I get nothing for saying this. I'm just letting folks know. I serve survivors. My loyalty is always with survivors. So this is not an Elon thing. This is a factual thing. Where I see the future of this going is Twitter will lead the way and the rest of the internet will have to level up as a result. One of the ways that you can help Twitter is by using the platform. The more we use the platform, the more advertisers will come back, the more money they'll have to throw into these issues. Elon is taking a financial hit by making this the number one priority. I want to make that very clear. This is not a cool thing to tackle. This is not a fun thing to tackle. This is a nightmare of a thing to tackle, and it's not going to bring the praise and the advertisers. What brings the praise and the advertisers is, oh, this content creator came on and got 1 million views on a video about such and such. Like Ella was saying, this is a thankless job. Weren't her exact words, but this is a thankless job removing child sexual abuse material. But it is the only thing that the platform should really focus on removing at scale. And I think as the Twitter files have been exposed repeatedly, time and time again, we see that the platform has prioritized the censorship of non-illegal words, thoughts, and ideas from innocent citizens around the globe. That was their actual priority. So as these folks like Ella are out here begging for the resources and funding to remove child sexual abuse material, the platform prioritized the removal of words, non-illegal words, thoughts, and ideas, and the censorship of innocent citizens. So I want folks to remember that. That's why I get so mad about this. That's why I've been beating the same drum, because I watched folks get banned over using words that aren't even illegal to use. This is not, and I knew that this child sexual abuse material, let's reiterate, the child sexual abuse material had been on Twitter for 4 years, 10 million views. And yet if you said certain words, especially during the pandemic, especially during election season, you were removed instantly. And yet this child sexual abuse material was collecting views, putting minor survivors' lives at risk. I just want to make that clear, how serious this was. I'm sorry I had to go off on my little rant. So anyway, listen, I firmly feel after dealing with this for so long that Twitter 2.0 will set the standard of where we go in the future. And I think ultimately this will be really amazing for humanity. I truly do. I believe that in my heart. And I know a lot of you folks listening know I'm laser focused on this. And I won't lie to you. That's why a lot of you love me, is because you can trust me, because you know I'm not going to lie to you about this. Sorry, that's my soapbox, Jonna, if you want to keep reading.
And I wanted just to add too, I was one of the accounts that was suspended in 2020 when I asked Elon, he was giving out ventilators, 4 ventilators for my state. Right after he replied to me, no warning, no email, nothing. Twitter completely shut me down. And, the fact that they allowed a lot of this child pornography and sexual material on here, but they just randomly censor people and shadow ban people, they had the tools, but they just, like you said, they chose to go after innocent people, for whatever reasons. But yeah, just continuing on with the thread here, Andrea said, I found that the old Twitter, in many cases, related to child sexual abuse material published on the platform by malicious users, instead of suspending the whole account, just removed the tweet. Now Twitter, under Elon Musk's leadership, directly suspends the accounts. And his final tweet, Elon Musk is constantly updated about the progress. 2 days ago, he authorized additional measures to fight child abuse on the platform. Old management had other priorities, but for the new Twitter, children's safety is number one.
Ella, do you have any response to just that thread?
I mean, I agree. I think that focusing on the right things helps you do better. And I think there were a lot of things that the company was trying to do, and it lost sight in some respects of the priorities. I mean, the reality is when you refuse to staff things that are this important and you're still staffing other things, like a product launch that may not be as critical, and meanwhile you've got all of this going on, or some other program that is nowhere near as critical as some of these issues. The reality is you've lost sight of the priorities. Your priorities are misplaced. And so the user protection, keeping illegal content off the platform should always be number one.
Amen. Andrea, do you have anything else to add?
No, well, in my view, on the long term, what Twitter is doing now will be useful for the users, but at the same time, it's not false if I say that what Twitter is doing is saving lives, because I personally watched some of the material, and what I can say is it's so disturbing, but at the same time, Twitter, with the law enforcement all around the world, can really save children. So for me, this is this matter, because at the end of the day, people like Ella, people working on these things, they spend their day thinking how they can improve the world, because we know the world is not a place where everything is perfect. There are a lot of issues. There are a lot of dangerous people. So it's very stressing as job. But if you take this role, you have a huge responsibility, but I think you have also a huge gratitude from the people that understand that is a very important role in the society. If you see what Twitter did in the past, probably you will feel sad, you will feel angry. Then if you start to ask the old leadership, they will say that they did all good, they did their best. So, but in reality, we know that it's a bit different. But again, from what I know, everything that Twitter is doing right now is really improving. Not just the platform, but even some people's lives. So I think it's great. I'm sorry if I talk slowly and my
Keep it
English
real
is
with
not the
keep it
best.
real with the people. You
It's
haven't slept in
it's
days.
it's like 2 a.m. here. I work all the day, so probably if we talked about I don't know, football, or you asked me to sing a song, probably I was more excited. But talking about this stuff at the 2 a.m. is not the best thing in the world, because while I talk about this stuff, I see something very horrible. So not a very easy stuff.
It's when you see that content, especially repeatedly, it's very hard. And I really appreciate it. I know it's been affecting you deeply, and I really, really appreciate you doing this. And as adults, sometimes we're put in situations that are hard, that are dark, that almost seem like they can't be real. But as adults, we have to protect the world's most vulnerable. We have to protect the most vulnerable. In this case, it's children. In this case, it's children, and that's it. So sometimes we have to pull up our pants and pull up our, in my case, it's big girl pants, and handle business for the kids, which should have been being done right along at Twitter. You know, you folks wouldn't be cleaning up this mess if they'd done what they needed to do in the first place. It sucks. It sucks that you folks are put in a position where you have to march through the effing mud. I mean, these people are working non-stop. And honestly, I can tell you, I don't know if it's because of pressure that Elon's put on them. I think it's because they really want to do it. They want to get the job done. So, you know, people are saying things about me like, oh, Eliza's simp for Elon or whatever. No, I'm just calling a spade a spade. I'm watching these people walk through hell. This man has walked through hell to give this report today. So, so that's why I'm giving them their flowers. That's why I'm giving them their credit where it's due. Anyway, I really, really appreciate you folks today. I think, so Elon got a little bit busy, and I'm hoping as soon as he's not busy anymore, he's gonna pop in and just speak on this. If not, I'll talk to him about doing another space. I think we are going to actually merge with another space that's going on. I really, really appreciate. I wanted to keep this space separate tonight because I wanted to just solely focus on the issue of child sexual exploitation on Twitter. I feel that this conversation deserves its own space, its own room. I mean, I don't think that this conversation is so intense and been such a problem for the platform for so long. That it almost does a disservice to survivors to mush the conversation in with the other Twitter files. I feel that this conversation should be separate for the survivors, especially impacted by this crime. They deserve that reverence. I think that the minor survivors exploited on Twitter deserve that reverence of being separate from all the other bullshit that's happened on this platform. You know, because it's that serious. Jonna, if you raise your hand, and then Tara, if you want to speak to the other space and let them know we're probably ready to merge.
I did have a question.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. So Ella, do you think Twitter would make the tools that you develop to detect CSE freely available to other platforms? Like, let's say Facebook or Instagram decide, hey, you know what? We want to do this too. Like, what can we do?
You know, it's funny that you asked that. I will take a moment to give kudos to other trust and safety leaders across different organizations who have reached out to me directly in the last week and said, how can we help? How can we work together? What can we utilize? We're all very serious about this. We want to take action. And as I said at the very beginning, it's partnerships across the industry, across the world, that actually help you stop this and be more effective. And so we absolutely welcome the partnerships with other organizations. They may have tools that we can utilize, right? It's not one way. And so my genuine hope is we have some calls getting set up for next week. My genuine hope is that we truly can start partnering more, not just with organizations that focus on this, but also other companies in our space that can help us be even more effective, and vice versa.
Thank you.
And just to let everybody know, behind the scenes, I do my my work, and I have been checking. Twitter's been setting up the meetings. They're setting up the meetings. I've been checking just to make sure. I want everyone to know I haven't dropped the ball on kind of getting my little dirt and finding out what's going on, because I don't want anybody lying to me. I'm keeping my finger on the pulse. I really am, because I don't want to be bamboozled this time. And I swear to God on my life, I will not be made a fool out of this. And just so you folks know, Elon Musk did get a message to me 2 days before he purchased Twitter, before it was done, before the final sale was done, 2 days previously. And he said, I'm going to make child sexual abuse, the removal of child sexual abuse material, my number one priority. And I said, okay, well, you got to show me, because the three CEOs now have told me the same line. So let's see it. And then he showed me. So I'm seeing it's happening right in front of my face. And I was ready to be a hater. I was ready to fight him with you folks know I go hard. I do not pause, all gas, no brakes. And then Elon showed me. And then they kept showing me, and they keep showing me, and they keep coming to me and saying, hey, we're changing this. Hey, what do you think about this? So I guess the proof is in the pudding.
Hey, Elon might be coming on in a moment. So,
okay, so we'll just stay live here. And so that's the truth. Elon told me, and I said, I love that. Thank you. But I need you to show me. And then he did. So
I was witnessing that, Eliza, real time, and I was honestly scared for Elon's life. I was witnessing Eliza's fire as
I'm
he
peaceful.
was
I'm peaceful and lawful. I'm a peaceful, lawful woman. But I swear to God, I'll get it done. I'm a peaceful and lawful woman. I love peace, and I'll always abide by the law. But I love these survivors, and I swear to God, I'd go to hell and back for them. You look in the eyes of these minor survivors. You speak to their mother. Speak to one of these survivors' mother. That's what my message was today to Jack. Like, don't you think you owe John Doe 1 and John Doe 2 an apology? Like, come on now. Look in the eyes of these mothers, eyes filled with tears. All they want is this child sexual abuse material to be removed off of Twitter, an American tech company. Let's call this what it is. This is an American tech company. And we can't even hold our own accountable. And they were unwilling to take care of the world's most vulnerable. Many of these children will not even know that they were sexually exploited on Twitter. Some of these children will never own a phone. This child sexual exploitation happens in lands far away from the United States and here as well, in our own hometowns. Some of these children will never even know that their child sexual abuse and exploitation material was on Twitter. It's up to us to speak for them and to stand up for them. So yeah, I'd be scared of me too. And my next project, because frankly, I'm going to keep an eye on Twitter. But as far as I'm concerned, my work here is done. That's how my goal was to raise awareness and to advocate for the minor survivors of Twitter. And my work here, as far as I'm concerned, is done, besides sort of checking in, really, and doing journalism and giving feedback whenever I can be of help and of service. My next project, I will not be kind. I will not be kind. And I've learned a lot fighting Twitter. And ultimately, if you watch my tweets, I fought Twitter because I love Twitter, because I saw what they could be. I never wanted to fight Jack Dorsey. I saw his baby fumbling the ball, and it broke my heart. Not only it just broke my heart for the minor survivors. It was such a weak spot. So, but it was never a hate for Twitter. It was a demand that what I love do better and be the best platform that they could be. And there's a reason for that. I joined Twitter for fun. My ex-boyfriend told me to join because I was feeding him some viral tweets. So I joined Twitter for fun and just to shitpost with the homies. And, during the pandemic, it gave me a voice as a survivor. It allowed me the opportunity. Twitter allowed me the opportunity to connect with survivors in 7 countries during the global pandemic through the DMs and serve them to the best of my ability using, Google Translate and all different types of means, So I saw the potential in Twitter with my own eyes, and it gave me a voice. That's why I wanted Twitter to succeed. But this one area was an area that they were severely lacking. On top of that, I saw the fact that if Twitter did not address this issue with a sense of urgency, I knew that the governments around the world would use this as a Trojan horse, this very real issue and this very real crime as a Trojan horse to push to end digital privacy rights on Twitter. This is very serious and not something to be taken lightly. And so that's why I'm so grateful. I don't think folks fully understand what a big deal this is. This isn't just children are going to be saved, which is also amazing. This is also like Ella's stopping this situation before the governments come in and say, no, we're coming in and taking over Twitter. That's the truth. That's how serious, that's how high these stakes are. And I probably sound crazy when I talk about that, but I probably sounded crazy when I've talked right along, and basically everything I've talked about previously has come true, and no one can take that away. So anyway, do we know how long? Let me see about Elon. Sorry, you guys. I'm so passionate about this. I love these survivors so much. When you look them in the eye, there's nothing will light you on fire like the tears of a mother. I'm telling you. You listen to these mothers. I swear, you listen to these mothers. The children, the survivors almost deal with it a little bit better. That's the truth. The survivors, I don't want to say they're okay because that's not the truth, but they almost
Eliza,
it. Yeah.
You were, even though you weren't a child when it happened to you, you were trafficked,
When I was originally trafficked, I was a minor.
Oh, you were? I didn't know that. Holy
no, it's okay. It's okay. But, it is what it is.
Yes.
But,
we got people like you advocating, if it wasn't for you, we all would not be in this space right now. So I want you to.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful all of you came along this journey with me. It's been a long road, and I'd do it all over again. Every second was worth it. And I swear to God, this particular project with Twitter almost took me to the brink of insanity.
I want to ask Eliza.
Hold on, Andrea wants to speak.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Andrea.
No, I just want to say hi to Eva Fox. She is my friend, and she is part of we have Claudius Nero's legend, so it's very important to say to a very good friend. Just that.
Yeah, Eva Fox has been amazing. A lot of these independent journalists really helped me out as I was trying to get the word out. That's why, hello, Elon. Welcome to this space. Let me tell you, your employees were doing an incredible job while you were not around.
Thanks. Sorry, I was just on a Tesla board call, so I would have joined earlier, but just had a critical Tesla matter to
to deal with. So, so. Well, I guess first of all, just like thanks for bringing this issue to light and helping us sort of root it out on Twitter. I was actually really shocked to learn about it, and this is just obviously, like I said, top priority. Twitter is to get rid of it. It's literally top priority in the whole company. Is that Twitter cannot be used for child exploitation. I think that just obviously should be the number one priority. Yeah, it's insane that for not to be the number one priority.
Elon, when child sexual abuse material and exploitation is on Twitter or any platform, but especially since we're talking about Twitter, it is a matter of life and death for these minor survivors. And these minor survivors have deserved right along for this platform to make this their top priority. And I truly feel in my heart that Twitter will set the standard, and this will help I know already, I can see the innovation. I can see it happening so quickly, Elon. It's a miracle. And this will set the standard across the internet, and this will ultimately be very good for humanity. Thank you so much. And I can't speak for every survivor, but I can speak for myself. This is something we have all been waiting for a very long time. So thank you. Ella has gotten her flowers since we've been in here. We've been giving her praise. We've been going over the report today. I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to look at it or if you had any thoughts.
No, unfortunately, I've just been at work all day, so this is the first moment that I've had free. But I will take a look at it, and I absolutely certainly have my commitment that the number priority on the whole system is, any kind of child exploitation stuff. It's got to go. So.
It's exciting. It's ultimately gonna save lives. I mean, it's pretty incredible how this works. When the child sexual abuse material is detected and removed in the manner that it's supposed to be off of Twitter, the report goes to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It goes to NCMEC, and then NCMEC contacts the appropriate law enforcement globally, and then they go get the bad guys. And one of the fun parts of my Twitter activism and advocacy is that I also post arrests. And so if folks want to look up, cyber tip line arrests, please do. They're happening globally all the time. And I think this is a new day and time for Twitter. There's a new sheriff in town. And I think if you're a child predator, you can come around, fuck around and find out, because we'll handle business. And that's the message. Sorry, Elon, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think that's the truth. I think these predators have had an opportunity for a little bit too long, and it's time to put a lot of bad people away. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So, I mean, like, you have my commitment, the full resources of Twitter, whatever it takes, is on board with this. And like I said, number one priority. So.
I don't think it stops with Twitter either, Eliza. I know you said your work here is done, but there are so many other platforms where this is a major rampant problem that they're not taking care of. And I hope that they will follow your lead, Elon and Eliza.
I'm going to keep up with Twitter, but let it be known, I've said it publicly and I'll say it again. There are thousands of survivors of the United Nations globally. So my next project is to take on the United Nations, and I will win. So
sounds good.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Elon. I appreciate you so much making this number one priority. Lives will be saved. You've put really good people in charge. I'm going to give you an opportunity to look at this bombshell report. It's freaking insane. I don't know if you want to talk about what happened with Jack today. Ella kind of spoke a little bit about it, but I mean, is there a chance that maybe he was in the dark so much that he just truly doesn't know what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I mean, like Jack's a friend of mine, and I think Jack's a good person. So, but I think he wasn't. He was just not maybe not present at Twitter as much as he perhaps should have been in this regard. So, like, I don't think that Jack was doing anything deliberately bad, but I think there was a lot going on that he wasn't aware of, and perhaps perhaps should have been. But it's a pretty significant disconnect here. So, yeah. Anyway,
I told you, and I've been very public. Jack actually tried to help me out in my fight, so it's not like he was completely hands off or didn't care. And I think that Elon and I both agree, like, we actually like Jack. We think he's a good person. It's just with this particular issue, I'm not really 100% sure what happened. And I hope that we find out more as Twitter Files is exposed, and as as the platform keeps updating on the child sexual exploitation problem. I hope that more is revealed with that. But I don't think I just don't want to dog out Jack, because I actually like Jack, and he actually did try to help me.
Yeah, exactly. Feel the same way. So, well, we're going to be on it big time going forward. So, thanks for raising this issue, and please keep raising it, until it is addressed, and it's probably going to be an ongoing battle. So we're just going to have to keep fighting it over time. So, yeah.
I do have a question. Eliza, Elon, or Ella, any of y'all can answer this, but what are some things that parents and caretakers of children should know to protect their children in their care, especially with their access and use of social media?
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, Elon. I'm going to answer this one and then you could chime in
truly.
if you want, but it's kind of so the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has it depends on the age of the children and what age they're on. A lot of people like to say, oh, don't let your kids on social media. Okay, well, this is reality. This is a real world. Right. So we have to live in reality. Yeah. Using safety settings is crucial. Having an open and honest dialogue with your children is very important. Just having an open conversation, depending on the age. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has some great cartoons for very young kids about internet safety. It's pretty cool, actually. They started showing those in schools as well, the cartoons, and the cartoons are really fun and interactive. And then also, for older children, there are some great documentaries like Sextortion. I think having an open and honest dialogue with your children is the best way, and just keeping up with them. Technology is constantly changing. Facebook and Instagram just sort of updated some of their safety features, especially Instagram. That was a really, really big deal. Get involved in your children's lives. The truth is that Twitter is not responsible for the initial abuse. Twitter is not responsible for the initial sexual exploitation. Twitter is only responsible when the child sexual abuse and exploitation ends up on the platform. So before then, that is the parents' and caregivers' responsibility, the family's responsibility to and look after the children and make sure that they know what their children are doing online. Right now, the biggest threat is going to be sextortion for young teenage boys specifically. It can happen to anyone, sextortion, but young teenage boys specifically. The FBI's been screaming about sextortion, and I'm not a big fan of the FBI, but I can also confirm that that sextortion is one of our biggest threats for our young folks right now. And unfortunately, we are seeing deaths by suicide from young children. That's another thing too. When it comes to sextortion, children are dying by suicide because they're terrified to tell their parents. If you look over the John Doe 1 and John Doe 2 case from Twitter, John Doe, number one, when he was reporting to Twitter, was on the brink of suicide because he was embarrassed. He was traumatized. That video from Twitter was going around his church. It was going around his school. He was going to school. And so children, unfortunately, are dying by suicide because they are being sextorted. So this starts at home. We have to educate and look after our own children and our own communities.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Elon, you probably never thought you'd be. You're probably like, look, I just want to go to Mars. How did I end up in this specific conversation? Like, But
it wasn't on my bingo card.
listen,
It
desperate
wasn't in the
times call for
force.
desperate measures, Elon. I needed your help. I needed your help specifically because I always knew that if you started tackling the issue, you would put, not you specifically, but you would hire the right individuals for the job, because that's one of your gifts. And that's been my experience here with Twitter so far. I never thought any of these things would be possible here with Twitter. I've seen miracles happen, and I mean, I'm trying not to be hyperbolic, but the data speaks for itself. What do you think, Elon, about the corporate media covering this issue negatively? The running narrative is that you've, axed most of the child's safety staff. That. What do you think about that?
Well, it would have been difficult to axe people that didn't exist, since we reallocated resources within the company. And it was basically, as you know, had almost no resources. We shifted allocation within the company so that there were resources on child exploitation that there weren't before. So the narrative, it's the total opposite of what one sees in the media. It's gone from, as you know, and because you monitor it, it's a gigantic improvement is what's actually happened. So I don't know. This certainly is not improving people's trust in the media, or shouldn't, because they're literally saying the exact opposite of what's actually going on. And I've been clear internally over and over again that it is our top priority. So there's not, and you see, and actions speak louder than words. And we've taken actions as you've outlined, and we will continue to take actions. And we'll do whatever it takes to address this issue. And you have a direct line to me and on this matter, and so is Andrea and others. And so Twitter will be better than anyone else, and hopefully set an example for how other social media networks should be operating.
I would argue Twitter already is better than everyone else, and your transparency speaks volumes versus other platforms and Twitter 1.0. We had no transparency. We had no knowledge of what was happening behind the scenes. And prior to you getting here, we didn't even have the ability to report tweets as child, exploitation material, which is now already implemented. So thank you to you and your team for making that happen.
I also want to thank you. When Eliza told me about the hashtags and I interviewed her for that article, and I researched those hashtags, I breathed a sigh of release when I saw absolutely nothing, especially on the videos and photos tabs. I was actually in tears over that. So because I was prepared for the worst just writing that article. So thank you and your team for getting that off of this app.
Absolutely. Well, like I said, it's a top priority of the company, and the moment you see anything that we should take action on, I'll personally make sure it happens. So thanks for your help in this regard, and we'll keep at it.
Great. Thank you again. Elon, do you have any questions for us about what you might have missed when you were on your call?
I'm going to read the report, and
how are you is a good question, Elon.
Big one?
Asking me how are you is a good question, because I'm literally dying.
This poor Andrea's been up for like days and is in full zombie mode. But on top of that, he's traumatized. He's traumatized from viewing this content.
Man, this sounds rough.
He sent me, to be completely transparent, folks, and I tweeted something about this as well. We went back and forth as to what they could publish and put up because I was nervous about them posting content that could identify potential victims. When a victim's imagery is out, or victim or survivor's imagery is out in public like that, it could be life or death. The abuser could sees the victim as a liability, so they'll do whatever they need to do to end that life. So that was sort of one of the reasons he's been putting himself in a lot of stress and traumatizing himself so much by looking at this content. It's pretty heartbreaking that it was left. Yeah, Elon, please take care of the mental health of your staff looking at this content and dealing with these issues, because we need them for the long game, not short. This is going to be a long haul, not a sprint, you know?
Sure, 100%. Totally.
Sorry, not trying to tell you what to do, but, you know, gotta look out for the people. How do you feel, Elon, that this issue has almost virtually completely been covered by independent journalists? There was a little bit of coverage over the past decade about the child sexual abuse material problem on Twitter, but virtually there was very, very little. I was always shocked at how little the corporate media wanted to cover this issue, even after the John Doe 1 and John Doe 2 case dropped. How do you feel about independent journalists taking this lead?
Yeah. In general, I'm a huge fan of citizen journalism, because it seems like there's the narrative in terms of like what actually gets put in newspapers is set by maybe half a dozen or maybe even as few as three editor-in-chiefs of like, say, the Washington Post, the New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal. And then if it's not important to them, then it just doesn't show up. So, but with Twitter, there's an opportunity for the citizens to come together and publish and things that are important to the people. And so I think that's actually incredibly powerful, and it's a new thing that we want to encourage as much as possible. That's why we want to have like long form tweets, and so you can actually write something in depth, and figure out ways to get just high quality reporting on whatever the matter is surfaced, so people can actually see it. So anyway, I'm a big fan of citizen journalism in general, and the real-time nature of Twitter as well. So it's interactive as opposed to say a newspaper article, which is kind of a one-way. That's just information flowing one way towards people, but with no real ability to interact with that information. And actually, the thing is that sometimes people are like, well, citizen journalism isn't that like someone who's not like an expert journalist? I'm like, well, actually, no, because citizen journalism is like people writing who really know about the subject, who are expert in the subject being written about, and maybe then they're not like they didn't go to journalism school but they actually are much better experts in the area of that's being written or talked about. So this is actually higher quality information, I think, than would come from a newspaper, not lower quality.
Elon, I have a question for you. When you read articles that they say, for instance, you are doing nothing against this topic, but in reality you are doing, and you are doing well, how do you feel?
Well, I mean, I've been attacked so many times in the media, it's insane. So, I mean, that's not to say I don't have feelings, and sometimes it is quite hurtful to read things that are the total opposite of the truth. But I am, there is the ability on Twitter to correct it, and for me, for at times when I'm wrong, to be corrected in turn by others on Twitter. So I think, but that's where I think, as Twitter improves the signal to noise, where it's like more and more useful information, that is where you learn things where it's entertaining or beautiful, and we obviously want to get rid of like scams and spam and any kind of exploitation. I think it'd be really something wonderful, and a good force for good for civilization. That's the vision for Twitter. And I think it'd also be like way more positive than the press. Like if you read the newspapers, it's like in any given newspaper, what percentage of the articles are positive about anything at all? Almost all the articles are negative. So then, I mean, that's the thing that tends to happen is if there's a subject that's newsworthy, like let's say like you're just writing about, like my name will just generate clicks, right? So if you've got a combination of, like say like my name that will generate clicks, and then and then a newspaper having a very negative bias in general, then this is just going to result in a lot of negative stories. It's just like a machine, basically. But like I said, we can correct this on Twitter, and I think over time, as people, if we're doing our job well at Twitter, then people will increasingly see Twitter as the source of truth, and to understand what's really going on, and they will turn away from traditional media and more towards Twitter, and that will provide a competitive force for other media to be more truthful, or they will simply keep losing more and more of the public's attention.
Elon, what made you want to purchase Twitter? What was the exact thing that made you want to purchase Twitter? And what was the exact moment that you realized you wanted to make the removal of child sexual exploitation your top priority at Twitter?
Well, the two are separate because I didn't actually know about the child sexual exploitations, the severity of the issue. My concern was just in general that Twitter seemed to be drifting in a bad direction. It just I can't quite put my finger on it. It's not like there was one moment. It's like sometimes people's like, oh, it was the Babylon Bee got banned. Like, listen, this is I'm not paying $44 billion to reinstate a satire website. Okay, that would be insane. Babylon Bee is fine, but it's not like that's not the reason. So it's just like we need to have, like I said, like a digital public square that is maximally inclusive of the population, where people feel like they can have their say, and that there's not some sort of thumb on the scale, maybe hiding bad information or being politically in one direction or another, but that it's a fair and level playing field. And it felt like the playing field was just tilting more and more, and there was less attention to bad things that were going on. I don't know, it made me worried about the future of civilization, frankly. So I was like, okay, man, this really needs to go in a good direction, but it just seems to be going in a steadily worse direction over time. I better try to do something about it, and that's what prompted the sort of acquisition offer. And then it was a few weeks after that maybe even a week after that the magnitude of the child sexual exploitation stuff became apparent. And then as soon as I learned that, I was like, wait a second, this is crazy. It's got to be priority number one. And Eliza, you and Andrea were like key in bringing that forward, and then Ella internally. So thank you for doing that. And as soon as that became apparent, we immediately made it number one priority. And with your help, we've made a lot of progress, and we'll keep at it. So it's going to be a constant battle, but we'll keep at it.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I mean, it's been my honor to serve my fellow survivors. I'd do it all again in a heartbeat, and it wasn't easy. How involved have three-letter agencies been behind the scenes of Twitter? I'm sorry, I'm shifting gears here, but I have to know, FBI, NSA, CIA. Now that you've had an opportunity to look under the hood a little bit, what exactly are we looking at as American citizens and citizens of the globe with our three-letter agencies behind the scenes at Twitter?
Well, first I'd say like it's probably not the case that those agencies are monolithic in that it's they're big agencies. I've had some interaction with the FBI over the years, and but I've had more interaction with the CIA, and I frankly, actually, my general perception of people at the CIA is that they're good people. I mean, maybe not everyone's good, but the people that I've met at the CIA are good. I've met fewer people at the FBI, but I'm sure there are a lot of good people at the FBI, and most people probably got good motivations. I haven't seen any sort of smoking gun thing yet, but if we do find something that shows questionable collusion, then we will surface it and bring it to light. So, yeah.
Do you believe, sorry, Elon, do you believe that there's a situation with Twitter that will be revealed with the Twitter files where the United States government infringed on any American citizens' First Amendment right?
It's certainly possible. I think we're just trying to get to the bottom of that, and if that turns out to be the case, we will certainly bring it to light.
Sorry, I shifted gears, but we're here now. The other Twitter files dropped today. I know folks are going to be like, oh, you're not asking Elon these questions. My primary focus is always going to be, child sexual exploitation on Twitter. But these other issues are so captivating to me because I'm getting an opportunity through the Twitter files to see how Twitter was censoring, innocent citizens' speech, words, thoughts, ideas, while refusing to remove the human rights violation of child sexual abuse material and exploitation at scale. Yeah,
I mean that is, it's unbelievable. Frankly, it's terrible. I mean, our goal is to address these issues. Like I said, child sexual exploitation stuff is number one priority, and then just also ensuring that Twitter is an even playing field from a political standpoint, so there's no preference for one party or another, domestically or internationally, and in general, like I said, to try to serve as much good as possible for the future of civilization. I mean, I have only been on the job for about 5 weeks here, so it's not a long time, but I think we've made a lot of progress in that time, and I think that progress will accelerate.
I'm very proud of you. You gave me the Elon effect with the child sexual exploitation. I can't wait to see. I'm very proud of you. I am, and I appreciate it. And I'm proud of the team that you've assembled, and I have a feeling I will continue to be proud of you. You've blown my mind, and I was Twitter's biggest hater. The receipts show that I was Twitter's biggest hater. So I'm so proud of you, Elon. This is such a big deal, and I think as time passes, you'll see lives that are saved as a result of these changes. And I'm not saying that lightly. You will see children's lives are saved as a result of these changes at Twitter. And so.
Well, that's great. I mean, hopefully lives are saved and lives are also improved. And just, like I said, we want to make this a force for good. So it's not going to be perfect, but we'll try our damnedest to make sure it's good. And I think I'm pretty good at executing on the technology front. So I feel like, together with the rest of the Twitter team, we can really make a difference here. So I gotta sign off at this point. But as always, I'm available if there's any action we need to take. And thanks again for all your help.
Thank you so much, Elon. I know your time is very valuable and very precious, and we appreciate you popping on today. And hopefully you get a chance to look at that report. Your mind will be blown. Your mind will be blown.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's not great.
Okay.
I mean, it's great it's great what they've done, but it's not great what I mean, we all knew what it was, but I think to see it in raw data is a little different. So anyway, thank you so much, Elon.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you,
Thank
Elon.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Talk to you again soon, Elon. Thank you so
Sounds
much.
good. Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. I'm actually leaving as well. I've been at work this entire time, and I have to leave now because some of the survivors are coming back to the house. I gotta leave before they come back. But thank you so much to everyone who has supported this mission. Thank you so much to everyone who has supported me as a survivor. It really means a lot, and I think we're just beginning. We're just beginning. And I want to leave off with this message. As I was looking at Andrea's report today, early this morning, he started giving me information. I was sad and my heart was broken. But then I realized that we live in a time where we can have these conversations openly and we can speak to our kids and hopefully prevent this crime from happening in the first place. So although what you are looking at and what you're going to see exposed through Twitter over the coming months and days is difficult to look at and difficult to see, I want you to remember that we live in a time where we can put this information out and we can have these open and honest dialogues in public. And this is true change. And the more we speak about these issues in public, and the more survivors step forward for the healing that they deserve, and the more that we're there for each other, the less and less we'll see this happen. Education, prevention, and awareness is how we are going to stop this. And Elon's on board, and that's a pretty good start. So thank you to everyone. I love you all so much. You mean so much to me. And that's all I got to say. I got to leave because I'm at work, and I got to leave the house by 8. But I love everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. This space was recorded, so it will be up for listening if you missed any part of it. There were some great parts of the space tonight. Ella, the head of trust and safety around these issues, spoke quite a lot. And Andrea, who's been working on this as well. I want to thank you to the ladies that helped serve me, to Amanda, Jonna, and Tara. Tara. Today, you guys put up with me while I was trying to get this all organized with Elon and everybody else. Like, y'all have my back, and I love you for it. Thank you. And I will talk to y'all later. I'll keep you posted. And next time we have an update from Twitter about child sexual exploitation. Thank you.
Wow, that was phenomenal. I'm not going to end it quite yet because I know that Jonna, are you still with me,
Yep,
Jonna?
I'm
You're still here, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
How much time do you have? I'm just curious.
I'm pretty much cool. Like, just sitting here with y'all. Like, no time limit. But I will say this, and I wanted to tell Eliza this, but I didn't want to call her out in the space. She called me like a couple weeks ago, and she's like, I know you would support Elon, but just, if I have to fight him for this, I will fight him, and I'm prepared. And I was like, give him a chance. Give him a chance. I was like, give him a chance. He made you a promise. Give him a chance. And, I'm glad to see, he's keeping his word. And it really means a lot to me because my thing is, if you make a promise, you got to keep that promise, unless like something happens and you can't, but if just keep the promise, and
even tonight, he said he had an emergency to deal with Tesla, and he still kept his promise and showed up tonight. I mean, he is just a man of his word, a man of integrity to follow through, and see Eliza have her moment to shine, and not just shine for herself, but for the other survivors who she represents, some who, are not public with what they've been through. For her to have the ability to do that and be their guiding light through all of this is just, for Elon to get behind that, it's just been phenomenal. And to have the honor to even be asked to host this space, honestly, I could leave Twitter right now and be happy. Honestly, this was the best moment in all of Twitter world for me.
I met Eliza in 2020. Actually, a friend of mine who we met her together is listening. And he actually performed. So we did this. It was a Tesla event in 2020 where they had the longest. We were trying to get the Guinness World Record of the longest Tesla train, and I was covering it when I was writing for Clean Technica, and we raised, I think it was 10,000 or 12,000 for our Underground Railroad. And Eliza spoke, and that's when I met her. And so I met her in person, and she's just phenomenal. Like her whole aura, her passion, and what she told me. You can look it up in her blog. I think it's Locals, Eliza's locals.com. I have to find it, but she said, if Elon could do this, Elon could end this for Twitter. She said that in that blog 2 years ago in 2020. And none of us, thought Elon was going to, buy Twitter back then. Like, that wasn't even on the table.
Yeah, when you look back at the paper trail and, the things that we don't even see that were happening behind the scenes and the amount of effort and work that people have put in and passion. I mean, just hearing Eliza get emotional, I get emotional. It's just, this is a huge deal. And so many people, are struck by this. And it's, again, something that's very private, but at the same time, it should be represented openly. And the way that Elon Musk has already, within the last month, turned Twitter around, made it so transparent. We know details that we never were allowed to know before. We were made to feel like we were crazy people for even thinking that we were being shadow banned and all of those things. And to bring topics like this to the forefront and make them the priority of the platform just goes to show you this is just the beginning. I am very excited for the future of Twitter. Jonna, I was going to ask you if you see requests, if you want to bring a couple people up. I know there were so many people who wanted to come up, and I see 614 requests, but can't see any of them. I know Ian would have liked to come up and speak, and I won't keep it going too long, but maybe we can just have some commentary for a little bit. There's a lot to digest after today between this space with Eliza and Andrea's work, that's pinned to the top. If you haven't, please go retweet that. Get lots of eyes on that thread regarding what has happened and what happened in the past with Twitter in regard to the CSE content. And then we could also hopefully go over a little bit of what Eliza was bringing up as far as, Twitter Files 3.0 that were released at the same time. It was happening simultaneously. So Mario had a wonderful space going. I was able to go there momentarily and then came to do this planned space with Eliza.
It's only showing 19 requests for me.
Okay, good. Because I have 600 requests.
But my phone is glitching. Like, I try to click around.
Jonna, sorry, I'm going to sleep. It's 3 a.m. here.
Oh, get you some sleep, Andrea.
Too late for me.
You need to get sleep. Yes, go to sleep. Yes.
So sorry. Thank you,
No,
everyone.
don't apologize
for organizing this this moment of conversation. Thanks for everyone that joined us. And I don't know. We will see you all on Twitter.
Yes.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for the work you're doing. I know it's not easy work, and you should be commended. Thank you.
Twitter team. They are the best. I'm just doing a little part. Have a good day, everyone. Have a good day.
You too. Sleep well.
All right, I'm also gonna hop off. I need to help Eliza decompress, and that's kind of my job afterwards. Thanks everyone so much for supporting her, and please continue to push her message and share the positive stories. And as she keeps up with Twitter, she'll keep updating. And thanks so much for hosting tonight, and thanks Sarah and Jenna for helping out.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you for being Eliza's backbone. She had nothing but praise to say about you. So thank you so much for being here to support and make sure that the right speakers were brought up on stage. Couldn't have done it without you. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Good night.
I feel like I can finally breathe. I think I held my breath the entire time that Eliza and Elon were going back and forth. It feels like I didn't breathe at all. So, wow, what an amazing day today has been on all fronts.
Agreed. It was really good seeing him give her the credit, because she's been really working so hard since I've met her, since before I met her. But since I've met her, I've been inspired by her passion. And And it really just it breaks my heart to see how the media, the mainstream media, just paints these narratives. Elon was talking about that, and what was going through my mind was like, how can we as I'm a journalist with Teslarati now, and even though I'm not mainstream media, what can we do? What more can we do than report? Like, when you have this whole big media machine that's just spewing out misinformation, and let me tell you, the misinformation, the whole hotel thing. My friend literally called me yesterday and said, Jana, Elon's enslaving people at Twitter and forcing them to work and keeping them from their families. I saw it on the news. And I'm like, what? I had to hang up on her because she was just going nuts. And I'm one of those, like, if you go crazy on me, I hang up on you and I need to calm down for a day or two.
Hey, guys.
And
hey. I just wanted to say real quick, because Ian, I know you have a bunch to say. Yeah. Tara, I felt like I was holding my breath for you too. That was just so powerful, and just mad props for owning a female-driven space. That Elon, he showed up, he kept his word, and Eliza, oh my God, it like her voice means so much. Like I feel like she's really gonna give people something. Like you said, there's probably a lot of people that are silent, a lot of people that need to hear her talk and Elon respond to it. So it's just, this is historic. Just good job, ladies. Good job.
I'm just trying to figure out how the media is going to spin the conversation.
I don't know.
Last time, Ian, last time we had Elon on a space, the spin that came out of it was just insane.
Oh, yeah, they're probably still listening to us here. I mean, so like the other space was also pretty historical. We had Rose McGowan in there, her first space ever. Never used the space before. So, yeah, I mean, are they going to cover that? Probably not. Because, hey, like Spaces is bad, Twitter's bad, Twitter's going to hell. There's nothing but hate speech on here. 300% racism against black people, 50% against gay people. Where are the stats? It was revealed to me in a dream. That's what the media is going to run with. It was revealed to them in a dream.
Right. So Rose McGowan, she's an actress. She actually tweeted 2 hours ago and said, in response to Jack saying he doesn't know what happened in the past year, but to say we didn't take action for years isn't true in regard to the material that was on Twitter for all those years. She responded and said, and yet, Jack, you deactivated an assault victim's account, in parentheses, mine, as in Rose McGowan's account, 4 days after she went public. Mm-hmm. And she said, if that's how your Twitter ran, why should we believe you now?
Yep. You should all retweet that. Can you put that in the space here at the top? Just put the tweet in the top so we can all retweet it, because everybody needs to see that. Yeah. Like, Jack's hands are not clean, right? I know a lot of people like him. I want to like him. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but, a lot of evidence is weighing against him right now that I just can't look away from, right? And this, what Rose McGowan said, what she pointed out, the fact that she was deactivated for 4 days, it tells you something. It's like, did the CAA pull some strings over at Twitter? Probably. We don't know, right? I guess
Did you see the back and forth, Ian, between Jack and Elon today and Ella? Yeah.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Yeah, because Jack was denying that CSE was even a problem on Twitter. That that was a lie, right? Like that Elon was wrong about how CSE was not being policed. He was like, "No, this is wrong," and Elon's like, "No, it is. In fact, this is what's happening." And Ella will point that out, that they were defunded, right? They didn't have any sort of security mechanism or security people in place to even deal with CSE. I know it's a hard job because, I mean, God, like, imagine that being your job. You wake up every morning and you have to watch children being abused. That's going to take a toll. I don't think anybody's going to volunteer for it. It's one of those jobs that, I mean, I hope it comes with free mental health, stuff and with like extra pay and everything, because that is insane. That's a difficult job. And I do not envy anyone who has to do that. And I'm so thankful that, that you guys, I'm sure you're listening in here. I'm thankful that you're doing your jobs, because that's insane. That's an insane job. This goes the same for like anyone who is in like busting child predators and on all these YouTube channels. I love you guys. You do fantastic work. And what's really sad, and right now, like, I look on Twitter. I mean, I look on YouTube, not Twitter so much, but YouTube. The people who run these channels who are busting child sex predators, including like legitimate cases where they go to the police and they get people arrested, they're being shut down from YouTube right now. Right, there is an act of like suppression of people who don't want these predators to get busted, and it's so fucking disheartening to see that. But it's like at the same time to see Twitter, to see Elon Musk take personal action and prioritize it and making it priority number one. That is like, it gives me so much hope in this platform. Like, this platform is going to be the best of all platforms because it prioritizes what actually matters to people, right? It's not about, getting those clicks. It's actually about, it's like a human-centric platform, a human-first platform. And like, I've never heard of that before. Before Elon Musk took over Twitter, there was no such place. Everybody else is about the bottom line. And here it's like, no, we want the most people to be able to use this platform, to be able to enjoy it, and to be able to, use it safely in a way that is not suppressive. And that's the only way we can have any kind of future, really, because we don't want a future run by whimsical tyrants, which is how I would describe these Twitter employees, these Twitter executives who in the chat, you can see that they're getting emotional, they're turning into babies because Trump tweeted a thing, right? They're having meltdowns. These people are literally fucking insane. And they were the ones deciding for us what we could say and what we could not say. They were censoring people like Mike Huckabee over a joke, or at least they tried to. And then, even then, after they decided not to censor him, they're like, well, we should. Next time we will. And it's like, wow, you guys, he's telling a joke. And it's no surprise that they took action against the Babylon Bee. They were trying to take action against TikTok for posting publicly available videos. And this is what they were doing. And these people are just completely unhinged. So when Elon took over, that was it. It was it for these guys. They're gone. And I would like to see, this turn into like a domino effect for every other social media platform to follow suit and realize, if they have CEOs who are maybe just like Elon, or maybe they're like Jack, right, who was just sitting on his ass, being powerless. I would like for these people to wake up and be like, hey, you know what? Twitter's run amazingly. Why don't we be like them? Why, they'll look at Twitter and they'll see, oh, Twitter's making billions of dollars. It's making hand over fist. Elon's doing something right. Maybe we should do the same thing and fire all these fuckers. So, had to get that off my chest.
Well said, Ian. And honestly, that was my point to Eliza, because right before Elon came in, she had made a comment about, my work here is done. This is exactly what she needed to see happen. And after he spoke momentarily with her, I made a comment to her and sort of a shout out, obviously, to Elon for kind of trailblazing and setting, this new standard, setting a high standard for other social media platforms to do more. Because right now they aren't doing enough, and there is a major problem on other platforms with this sort of material. So I asked Eliza directly if, her fight will continue as far as trying to, help out and get that removed from other platforms. She said yes. And, hopefully Elon understands how huge this is. Sometimes I think that he doesn't even realize like how big these steps are, but I think hearing directly from Eliza voice to voice here tonight was extremely, eye-opening for him as well, on just how crucial of a time this is to be doing this and making this happen. And she even mentioned, at the rate things were going because of this material being allowed up here. I forget the exact words that she used, if anyone remembers, but she said it would eventually infringe on our rights because they would use it as a way of, taking more rights away and being allowed to sort of spy on what we're all doing on social media because of these few bad actors who are putting this, media child exploitation material on Twitter.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, it's just, tonight has been amazing. I want to thank everyone who came and listened and shared the space and just, being here and being a part of it. It seems like each time we do one of these, it's historic. And to be in the middle of it, it's unreal.
Can't do too many.
Yeah, but it's all happening real time, and it's so hard because even, I was off my phone, barely had time to like take a shower and brush my teeth, and had like a million messages from people saying Twitter Files 3, they're out, and then jumped on, and I knew you guys would
And
be
then I had to
on.
do an
So
interview with Eric Bowling, right? I mean, I did it once earlier today, and then the Twitter Files dropped, and he calls me. He's like, "Ian, we need you on again. Can you come on?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm in the middle of a space. Fine, I'll do it." And I paused the space for a while, go offline for like 10 minutes or so, and then come back. It's like, man, and then he joins us, and it's like, damn, like crazy things are happening right now. Tomorrow's going to be the same thing. We're having Seb Gorka on, I believe, to talk about Trump administration, all that stuff, and then you have Mike, Schellenberger. He's dropping Twitter Files tomorrow, so that's going to be another space, right? It's already on Mario's timeline. If you want to take a look at it and remind yourself that we're having a space tomorrow. So
let's
regardless of
pin
which
that.
space you join,
Can we
let's
pin
pin
that?
that. I can. Yep. Let me pin it right in here and remind
Yeah,
people
make sure you guys set your reminder. And honestly, this is not a competition, so I don't want anyone to think that
Right.
that's what is happening here. But what Eliza said, and she said it very eloquently, is that she did not want, this drop that Andrea did. That's the first pin up at the top in regard to the CSE material on Twitter. She did not want that to be mashed in with Twitter Files 1, 2, and 3. She really wants it to stand apart. And I respect and agree with that. So that's why she wanted to do it this way. But, in the future, obviously, Mario and I will be working closely together, on future spaces. Hi, John.
Tara, you're a rock star. What a
Thank you.
pleasure. A pleasure to step up on this soapbox. Eliza and I have been friends for a long time. I've watched her evolve. I watched her voice. I don't know if I should say mature, but resonate to a point now where she really is such a dynamic and critical element in this world now today. So I tweeted that. I said that Elon Musk said that called her out as a real leader. So if you guys want to push that around a little bit, isn't it fascinating that we are now seeing a constellation of people, Ian, and all the work that you're doing, but we're seeing some familiar faces that are making critical mass, which I think is really, really interesting. The thousands of people who pop into these rooms is amazing. And I think in part that's Elon's vision regarding the town square. That's what we're seeing. And I got to tell you, I'm sometimes more excited about Twitter Spaces than I am about Twitter as a medium for a spontaneous sort of gathering and a outpouring of emotion. So I could probably talk for 5 or 10 more minutes, but I'll be quiet. It's really a pleasure to be standing shoulder to shoulder with all of you.
Wow. Thank you, John. That is a line that I have been saying for 2 years in Twitter Spaces in the fight for retail investors. And what took place and what originally brought me here was a tweet from Elon Musk, ironically. And here we are, full circle. Started with 0 followers like anyone else, and now he's joining my Spaces.
He even said that he's going to do the Tesla earnings call on Spaces. I know,
that was me who.
Yeah,
That was me.
That was a big tweet.
Yeah, you convinced him. You
bullied
him into it.
I think what
you
they'll
bullied
have
him
to
into
do,
it. You're like, you're gonna do it.
It was.
I think they're going to have to have a. They might have to do a legitimate call just because of the legal and the fiduciary responsibilities, accessibility, and all that stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a double kind of thing, a dual call, and then Twitter component. But that is going to establish, a new format, a new dynamic. My area is in healthcare and health technology, and we see meetings around the world, and so few people can go to those meetings. But through Twitter and Twitter Spaces, we can bring the meeting to you, and you can sit back and listen and engage. And one other thing I think is so important here, guys. Twitter is, if not the second most powerful search engine in the world, because it lets you see what people are talking about now. And that's such a powerful tool that we have to keep in mind.
Absolutely. 100% agree.
I really do think that he's going to take you up on that and do the Tesla earnings on Spaces. You think so too?
Very likely. Yeah,
I think so. I mean, there's no reason why not, right? You can always host a dual host. Like, obviously, he has his fiduciary duties. He has to be able to call people, like investors and stuff. So he'll have that. But at the same time, I think Twitter Spaces could be an option for people to listen in. I mean, it's not like it's private, right? Investor calls, I attend them all the time. They're basically public. You can just call in as a journalist or something. So yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, sure, make it public.
I think that'll
I've been
usher
to
other people in
others.
too.
And that's how I sort of convinced him. Sorry about that. I've been to other spaces, well, a couple where CEOs were live doing their earnings right on Twitter. And I thought, wow, it was just a small deal. And I thought, if Elon Musk, buys Twitter and then does this, it just sets this new precedent for other CEOs and other companies to follow his lead. So again, I think it's just another smart business move. It makes Twitter that much more valuable. And this voice-to-voice connection, and like John said, this shoulder-to-shoulder connection to be able to be up on the platform with the CEO of a company. And obviously, here Elon's joining us. He's coming to our spaces. So obviously it's something that he is passionate about. He doesn't want to sit up on a throne and be treated like some sort of god or king. He wants to be on our level, and he wants to hear our voices.
Guy.
Absolutely.
Just really, really, really successful. I mean, credit to him. Like, have you seen his working hours? He sleeps like 6 hours a day and then just works the rest of it. I mean, I have multiple jobs, right? And it's so hard not to get lost in switching tracks, right? Because, you're doing multiple things at once, like you're writing one moment, you're doing a video the other. And in his case, like, he's running so many different companies at the same time. He's reading like 11 different documents from SpaceX every single day, updates from Neuralink, like updates from the Boring Company, updates from Twitter. It's like, how do you do this? It's insane. Like, I'm like mesmerized just thinking about it.
How could you not be? I think
right?
that. Do you remember when Rogan asked him how many hours a night do you sleep?
Yeah,
and
he said 6 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of hesitated and he said 6 hours. I think that he was fibbing a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's more like 4.
Right.
It's more like 4.
Right. 100%.
I mean this in the kindest of ways, but I think Elon Musk is an alien. So there.
It could be an AI from the future, and he's like,
that's right.
To the past to fix us so that we don't have an apocalypse. I mean, how about that? Like, that would jive with everything he has done and what he's doing. I know this is crazy talk. I mean, we're just just joking here, but like, imagine if he's like an AI from the future, or maybe not even an AI, but a human from the future, right? Who has been like enhanced with AI, comes back to the past, and the reason why he's back here is to prevent humans from going extinct, getting destroyed by AI. So like, this is his ultimate purpose, and he's like, making sure that we're like prepared for it. That could be a good story, by the way.
At this point, what do we know, right?
Yeah, we don't know, but it could be a good sci-fi story. I'm probably going to write that at some point.
That is interesting.
You got to write that. You got to write that,
guys. I'm gonna peel off here, but may I conclude with one comment, Tara?
Oops.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys. It really is. It's an honor and a privilege. I just want to close with this thought about Aristotle. And Aristotle said that there are 4 pillars of human achievement. And I've been trying to get my head around technology, not philosophy, not religion, not humanity, but technology. What I found is that his guiding principles are truth, beauty, goodness, and unity. And I posted that on my Twitter feed because I think that is what we're talking about here. Truth, the search for truth. That's what we're finding out, Beauty, the aesthetic component, the ability to work together, to stand together, to smile at one another, the aesthetics of life. Goodness, my goodness, boy, it's about goodness. And finally, it's about unity. And those 4 features that are really the brainchild of Aristotle, I've written about, and I think it's a guiding principle for the new Twitter. So I'm going to throw that out there. Everybody, have a great night. I'm going to go plop on the couch.
That's a wonderful way to end the space, honestly. Like,
yeah, I
could not have said it better
too.
myself. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Like, that's a high note. That's a high note right there. I don't want to extend it.
Truth, beauty, unity, and goodness. That's what Twitter is about. And it ain't about technology. It's about humanity and the wonderful connectivity. So, guys, Take care. Let's do one of these real soon. I can't wait to
Absolutely
chat again. Bye, everybody.
Yeah. Take a look at the guys. Before we close the space, be sure to set your reminders for Mario Nawfal's space tomorrow. That's where we'll be talking about tomorrow's drop from Mike Schellenberger. So that's going to be a big one.
Yeah, everybody set your reminders. And Tara, while I have you, Bobby Iacchino, he loves you, by the way. He mentioned that you guys have done some spaces in the past. Him and Ayuria want to do a space next week, talking about what Elon mentioned about the Fed, interest rates. They have some insight on that, and they wanted you to pop in if you'd like to.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just hopefully they can DM me and I'll try to get through some of these DMs when I get home. I'm sitting in the parking lot at the gym doing this. So,
oh my God, you're a rock star.
It's been a crazy day, but man, it's been amazing. This is history in the making. And I just want to say you all are a part of it. Everyone who shows up, everyone who shares their voice, everyone who, listens and supports all of the people who are working so diligently to make Twitter a better place, a safer place. And honestly, it'll change the world. And I truly do believe that. Thank you, everyone who came to show support. And we'll be on with Mario tomorrow for the next drop. This is insane. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.